Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching. See you in the courtroom.
All right, we are on the record. We have counsel and parties present. We have the jury present. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, you may recall yesterday I gave you kind of a little outline of the order of how we're going to proceed. First thing that we're going to do, though, is have the state provide a statement of the charge and plea. So, Mr. Kodag, I understand you'll be doing that?
Karina Sue Cooper as the defendant. Trial information comes now. Israel J. Kudiak as Assistant Attorney General, and in the name of and by the authority of the state of Iowa, accuses the defendant of the crime of murder in the first degree. Said defendant, on or about June 18, 2021, in Taylor County, Iowa, did murder Brian Cooper in violation of sections 707.1, section 707.2, subsection 1, subsection A of the Iowa Code. This is a true information signed Israel J. Kudiak, and to these charges, the defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kudiaga. Is the state prepared to give an opening statement?
We are.
You may whenever you're ready.
Remember those cases. Fucking remember those. No ifs, ands, or sure that he died that morning. You hear how Karina and Huston were engaged in a secret affair. One that began when she started cutting Huston's hair in her salon. You hear that she was a hairdresser and that Huston Danker was one of her clients. He was a young man. And then at some point, the two developed a relationship. A lasting relationship. You hear that as things escalated, the romance between the defendant and Mr. Danker developed. And they started big plans to eliminate Brian Cooper. And why not just leave him? You hear from the evidence that Karina stood nothing to gain from the divorce. The Ryan's money, the Ryan's financial assets were tied with the Cooper farm. Brian Cooper was a farmer, hard-working farmer. Did you hear that he found his family, his brother, Eric Cooper, that his sister, Michelle, was part of this farming business, and that all of Ryan's assets were therefore tied to the farm. But, as you folks talk about motive during jury selection and some of the evidence that you look for as jurors in a case, as you try to connect those dots, when we talk about circumstantial evidence, you hear from the evidence here that she had a motive. Of course, she was in bed with Mr. Danker, but she also stood to gain if Brian dropped dead. Brian had life insurance, topping over $500,000. And so, if Brian dropped dead, the defendant, it's a windfall. That was a powerful ticket. Let's walk you through what you hear about the night of the murder. On June 18, 2021, in the early hours of the morning, the defendant, Karina Cooper, at around 4:33 a.m., called 911. She said, the Brian had been shot. Police responded, and what they found was Brian Cooper dead. 2 gunshot wounds to the left side of his face. Executed where he slept in his own living room on a recliner chair. Police investigated. And they took Karina Cooper's story. And the defendant told them a narrative that you will hear here in this courtroom, with the court calls the following day. As the police looked at the story, they instantly recognized, as you will from the evidence in this case, that a story had holes. Holes bigger than your most favorite Swiss cheese. You hear the police tell you that there was no sign of forced entry. That she told them a story that someone had broken in or someone was in the house. And that she woke up to some sound. And that when started walking around and investigating when she woke up. Around that time that she told you that she immediately called. And the story goes that she wakes up, she immediately calls, someone's in the house, and then she finds Brian, her husband, with the recliner, bleeding. But, as you'll see, there's no evidence of a break. There's no evidence of stolen items. There's no signs of a struggle. Just Brian, murdered in his home, and the defendant, awake and injured, in the bed, just down the hall, where she claimed she'd been sleeping, next to their two children, and their family's highly protective Rottweiler, Ransom. Now, as police dig into her story, and as the evidence starts piling up, you will hear that Karina talked about motive. She also resented Brian Cooper. She resented him. She wanted him dead. She told him, I will shoot you in the face. That was months before. With her friends who were present when she made these threats to Brian Cooper. And some of those friends shrugged it off at that time. But she would end up shooting Brian in the face, not once, but twice, with a lover. Now, I'll say to be clear, Karina did not plan this alone. The evidence will show that. She did not plan this alone. She did not act alone. She worked with someone. Huston Danker, aided and abetted the killing of Brian Cooper. The evidence, as I told you, will show that Huston Danker wasn't alive long before Brian died. That on the night, as I told you, that the evidence will show that when she told the police, when the police finally dig into the digital evidence, and as you do folks talked about this in jury selection, that those are some of the evidence that you look for, that there was digital evidence in this case. Now you will hear that they tried to destroy that digital evidence. They tried to delete it. They tried to make it not be there so that it's not found. But you hear from experts. And some of you talked about hearing from experts. You'll hear from experts in this case. That in as much as you thought this was the perfect crime, it wasn't. They called it perfect murder, but perfect murders only exist on TV. Because of how it's living victim, no witnesses, a dog, and so 130 pounds worthwhile and going, doing anything. And of course, a built-in alibi, sleeping with children. And an insurance payout, waiting in the wings. But that perfect crime unraveled once cops started looking at this evidence. You'll see text messages on this number.
Mr. Kadagi, I'm sorry, don't mean to stop you, but your microphone isn't turned on, so it's not picking up. There you go. That one doesn't pick up to the audio feed, is my understanding. So,
Folks, you'll see the trail of text messages between these two lovers. And you will see other digital evidence supporting her involvement and Ryan Cooper's involvement in the killing, and Huston Danker's involvement in the killing of Ryan Cooper. Let's talk about that. Folks, you'll see evidence that way back, starting early that year, early 2021, a plan was being hatched by these two lovers, the defendant and Ryan Cooper, and Huston Danker, to kill Ryan Cooper. You will see that there were messages as early as March when the defendant talks with Huston Danker, and they're planning to be a family. You'll see by March, they're talking about having children together by sometimes the following year. And you'll see deleted and recovered messages between the defendant and Huston Danker talking about, well, we'll have a family. We can do IVF, you know. If we can't have a child naturally, let's do IVF. You will see that at some point it escalates. She tells Huston Danker, I fucking hate him, Ryan. You'll see sometimes in March, she sends this ominous text where she says, I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. Ryan was a farmer. I'm wishing for a rogue semi-accident. No survivors. Something takes him out. But the gods were watching Ryan Cooper at that time, and no semi-accidents happened. You'll see text messages where she says, I can't wait another summer. Can't happen. I can't wait another summer. Folks, you'll see that the day of Ryan's death approached in June. And especially on that morning, Karina Cooper tells Huston Danker in a text that he calls herself his wife. And you'll see some charged sexual messages between them at that point, where he says, you know, very soon I will be sleeping with my hands on your crotch. And I paraphrase that, because that's not the word he uses. But you will see those messages. And you can see the sexually charged messages between them at that point, that day, the last day that Ryan Cooper was alive. Now that night, we've talked about the story that you will see that Karina gives the officers. But when the officers find the deleted evidence, they find that there were Snapchat messages that night at 3:30 in the morning. Remember, the 911 call in terms of timeline is 4:33. You'll also hear that before Karina Cooper calls 911, she calls Ryan Cooper's brother, Aaron Cooper. Now you'll hear that at 3:31 in the morning, an hour before the 911 call, the defendant and Huston Danker are talking on Snapchat Folks, for those of you who don't know what Snapchat is, you'll hear that it's an app. It's an app on your phone that you can use to send messages. And the way it's set up is that the messages disappear or can be said to disappear once the other persons receive them. You have an expert who will take you through the Snapchat conversations. But you'll hear that they are snapping at 3:31 in the morning. And folks, you'll remember that Karina told the cops that she was asleep at that time. She would be asleep at that time. But they're snapping. And that's when that snap of remember those casings, fucking remember those, no ifs and or buts, is sent. 3:32. The day's messages of I love you, she says absolutely, 100% she will remember them. And then Huston Danker sends a text that says, when I leave your house, send me a text. When I leave your house, so that I can open it when I get back. And you'll see why that evidence in Snapchat is trying to determine its location. Now, folks, you'll also hear that earlier that evening, Huston's phone shows that he was driving back and forth from his residence, slightly past Ryan Cooper's residence, and back to his residence. And he didn't do this once, he didn't do this twice, he did this 3 times. Where he was driving, passing the residence, coming back to his house, going back and coming back, going back, coming back. Estimating how long it will take for me to move back and forth. Now you hear that this text messages set the plan rolling that night. Huston Danker says in these text messages, I gotta get this shit done. And Karina's, the defendant's response is go. They say, phone's going down. And you'll hear from forensic experts, you'll hear testimony that people know that if you turn off your phone or if it's not moving or the movement of your phones can be detected in an investigation. So you'll hear them talk about phones going down. Karina saying, go. An hour later, the man she married will be lying dead in the recliner in the living room. Now, folks, as I said, you'll hear evidence that she said she was asleep until she heard a sound. She described this as a sound. But you'll hear that forensic evidence says that's not true. She wasn't asleep. You'll hear that at 4:13 in the morning, she watched something on her phone. That this just doesn't happen on its own, that it's user manipulated. Someone has to be on the phone for it to use that phone. And that she watched something, a picture, on her phone. That was deleted. You'll hear that at 4:18 a.m. She calls, remember, the evidence will tell you, 4:33. At 4:18, she deleted 2 photos from her phone. Then, folks, you'll hear that at 4:23 to 4:33 a.m., the defendant, Karina Cooper, took 170 steps in her residence. And how do we know this? You'll hear from experts that the phone has an app sometimes, a health app on the phone that when the user is walking with the phone, it records what you're doing. And that, contrary to her statement that she woke up to some noise, the phone shows that she was walking between 4:23 and 4:33, 170 steps, 393.7 feet in 10 minutes. You'll hear, folks, that that's longer than a football field. Touchdown, touchdown. Now, as I told you, you'll hear that the police tried to see physical evidence that they couldn't find. They couldn't find the gun. They couldn't find the gun that had been used to kill Ryan Cooper in that residence. But Ryan Cooper was dead, 2 bullet holes on his face, and the gun missing. But the police found something that was significant and helpful. Remember those shell casings. No fucking ifs and buts. Remember those shell casings. She forgot to pick one of the shell casings. The evidence will show that the police found one shell casing. Ryan Cooper was shot by a 22. Size of the shell casing. Police found that. Police dig into their lives, they find that they get statements of the threats that she'd made to Ryan. They find that the defendant, Karina Cooper, was in financial trouble. She didn't have any money. You'll hear evidence from someone from the bank who used to work with her. And you'll hear that he would be nagging Karina to make sure that she was not overdrafted. And there'll be numerous text messages that you will see that in the days and the months leading up to Ryan's death, this man will text Karina and say, please, you're overdrafted again, put in some money. And she will give an excuse after another excuse after another excuse. You are overdrafted. Please put in $200, $300, sub something. You're on the overdraft list again. Now, talked about the timeline. We talked about the evidence you'll see in regards to the timeline that the police are told that this is what happened. And I told you that a story was full of holes. And some of those you'll hear from the blood. You'll hear that the blood in the scene tells a story. The blood was not consistent with the story that the Karina was trying to sell to the cops. And what did the blood show? That almost every officer came in. 2 officers who come in. The first officer is there at 4:42 in the morning. So 4:33 she calls. Aaron Cooper is the first person. That's Brian's brother. First person to arrive. Because remember, she calls Aaron before she calls 911. She's found Aaron's brother bleeding on the recliner, and instead of calling 911, she calls Aaron first. Aaron arrives. You'll hear from the timeline, from the evidence, that he arrives around 4:39 in the morning. Aaron will tell you that the blood did not appear red, like bright red, like just blood that just came out immediately. It appeared darker. It's been out for a while. First officer, Deputy Fengman, will tell you that his first observation is the blood was coagulating. It was drying. From his experience, that the blood had been spilling for a longer time. You'll hear from a blood reconstruction expert who will talk to you more about how blood spatter and how blood behaves when it comes out of a human body. And folks, some of you have common sense, some of you have hunted. You'll see that evidence, part of the instructions that Judge Larson will give you is to apply your common sense, believability, credibility, in this case, to reach a verdict. Now, talked about finances, you'll hear from a medical examiner, the pathologist. She'll tell you that Ryan Cooper was shot at close range, within 3 or 4 feet. That there was tippling, but she'll tell you what that means, that there was tippling on his face. That means that the gun that shot him was close enough. Someone comfortable enough to be close enough to him, sleeping on the recliner, shooting him on his face. Now you'll hear that Ryan used to sleep on the recliner in the living room, by a living room door, right by the door. We talked about the evidence will tell you there was no sign of forced entry in this house. Now, you'll hear evidence, and we've talked about this, but you'll hear evidence of the cover-up, which is part of that would be the Snapchat messages. You'll hear evidence of the attempted cover-up. And you'll hear that there were evidence of searches, numerous searches on Huston Danker's phone. You'll hear that Huston Danker and Karina had been talking about replacing her husband, Linn Cooper, as the father to their children. They have 3 children, Cade, Cable, and Cortland. You'll hear that there were conversations of him being the dad, and that she'll refer to Ryan as just the sperm donor. You'll hear that Huston Danker was gearing up for this role of the dad and even looking up for Father's Day 2021. Now you'll hear that Huston Danker had a lot of searches that the officers were able to retrieve from his phone. Some of them were With the court's permission, may I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. You'll hear evidence that Huston Danker made incriminating searches on his phone. Lots of incriminating searches. Some appear to have been made way before Ryan Cooper's death, and some were made the day of Ryan Cooper's death and the following days and weeks after Ryan Cooper's execution. You'll hear that these searches were incriminating. You'll hear that the defendant deleted her search history. You will hear that a day or so after she helped with the execution of her husband, that she logged into a Snapchat account through another means and deleted it because her phone had been seized by the cops, and deleted her account, hoping that there will be no trace found. Now, we talked about the smoking gun that was not found at the scene, the smoking gun that we know the size of the caliber weapon that it was, because they found that shell casing, one of those shell casings. That smoking gun could not stay hidden forever. Sometimes later, a friend of Huston Danker's, colleague, someone that he used to work with briefly, pops up to the cops and says, Huston Danker gave me some guns to keep for him. Can you take them? And lo and behold, of course, they test these guns. You'll hear the gun expert who will come and talk to you from the DCI crime lab in Ankeny. And that expert will tell you that when they tested these guns, they found the gun that had been used to murder Ryan Cooper as he slept on his recliner. That one of the guns that was given to this friend of Huston Danker was the firearm that was used to kill Ryan Cooper. Now, folks, at the end of this trial, you will receive instructions from the court. You will receive instructions that, as we discussed during jury selection, talks about the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt.
Overruled, you can continue.
Receive evidence that talk of the burden that you need to apply to this case. Those facts that you've heard, those facts that you will hear as testimony by witnesses who will take that seat and talk to you in this courtroom, you will see exhibits and any stipulations between the parties, which are agreements between the parties, that you will have to go back with you to apply those facts to the law given to you by the judge in this particular case. The evidence, as you will see, it will show that Karina Cooper was not just an unfaithful wife. She was not just a wife who wanted, as a text message will show you, to leave Traer, Iowa, for a better life in a sunnier place with a younger man. The evidence will show you that she was not just dishonest, but that she was manipulative, that she is a co-conspirator. You will get an instruction to apply on aiding and abetting. That she aided, that she abetted, that this crime from the evidence that you'll see, that Ryan Cooper dies by her involvement absolutely 100%, like she said. She was in this absolutely 100%. You'll see that she's a planner. The evidence will show that she is a murderer. And for that, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we will ask you at the end of this trial to hold Karina Sue Cooper accountable for planning and carrying out her husband's murder hand in hand with her lover. We will ask you to look at the evidence, the text, the blood, and apply common sense. We submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that the evidence in this case will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she is guilty, and we will ask you to return that verdict. Thank you very much.
Ms. Watt?
Huston Danker. Huston Danker. Huston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Huston Danker shot Ryan Cooper in the face. Huston Danker solicited Karina. Huston Danker manipulated Karina. Huston Danker lured Karina. Huston Danker had Karina living in a dream world. Huston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. You're going to see some Snapchats. You're going to see some pictures. You're going to see conversations about IVF. Dream world. IVF, she's got her tubes tied. Huston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Karina Cooper was in a dream world, and then it became real, and then she was in too deep. She did not want her husband dead. She did not want his life insurance money. You'll see, you'll hear, the money's still there in trust for her children. Nobody rode off into the sunset to the mountains. Huston Danker killed Ryan Cooper. Please, as you hear the evidence in this case, keep an open mind. Don't rush to judgment. And at the end, we'll ask that you find her not guilty.
Is the state prepared to call its first witness?
We are, Your Honor. Before we call our first witness, Your Honor, we will, by stipulation of the parties, we will move to admit 2 911 calls, and those will be what will be submitted into evidence, again, by agreement of the parties, as State Exhibit 100 and State Exhibit 101.
And Ms. Watt, let me just confirm, is that indeed a stipulation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, then at this time, by agreement, States Exhibits 100 and 101 are admitted. Are you wanting to publish these?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's let's see if we can make this happen. Let's see. All right. So just for the record, are you playing 101 first?
That is, for the record, the state will be playing State Exhibit 101 first. The State Exhibit 100 will be played by another witness.
All right.
Linn County 911. What's going on? Ma'am. What is going on? Who's been shot? Somebody's here. My kids are here. James, lock the door. Lock the bedroom. Ma'am. My brother's here. My brother's here. He's bleeding everywhere. Hello? Ma'am. Can you settle down so I can... Ma'am. What's going on? me credit.
Judge, are all the speakers working okay? I'm sorry? The speakers in the courtroom?
Yeah,
Okay. The state will call its first witness if the court is ready.
the court is ready.
State calls Deputy Kyle Fangman to the stand.
Yeah. Good morning, Deputy Fangman. Go ahead and have a seat. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Deputy Fangman, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving these proceedings will be the truth?
I do.
All right. And, sir, for the record, can you please give me your first name and last name and spell them?
First name's Kyle, K-Y-L-E. Last name is Fangman, F as in Frank, A-N-G-M-A-N.
All right. You may proceed.
Mr. Fangman, I'm going to ask you to speak up.
Okay.
Now, you've stated your first and last name for the jury, correct?
Correct.
How are you employed?
I'm a deputy sheriff with Tama County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Tama County Sheriff's Office as a deputy sheriff?
I've been with Tama since December of 2019.
Can you tell us briefly, or tell the jury briefly, about your education, your training, and your experience to be in the position that you are?
I was hired as a law enforcement officer with Boone County in September of 2009. I graduated from the Iowa Law Enforcement Academy in December of 2009 and was employed with Boone County until coming to Tama in December of 2019.
Are you a licensed peace officer in the state of Iowa?
I am.
As a deputy sheriff or as a law enforcement officer, what have been some of your duties or responsibilities in those years that you've worked in this field?
I've been assigned to patrol, so I'm a day-to-day patrol deputy, so responding to 911 calls, traffic accidents, traffic enforcement.
Fair to say that you've responded to multiple calls or multiple instances where people need some form of aid in one way or another?
Yes.
On the morning of June 18th, 2021, were you on duty?
Yes.
At some point in the early hours of that morning, were you dispatched to an address on K Avenue in Traer, Iowa?
I was.
Can you tell the jury what address you were dispatched to?
It was in the 1800 block of K Avenue. It was just north of Highway 63.
So is it fair to say 1846 K Avenue,
Correct.
Traer, Iowa?
Yes.
Now, around what time were you dispatched to this address?
It was approximately 4:39 in the morning.
And can you just, for the benefit of this jury being from a different county, from Tama, can you just orient them to what highway, what we're talking about, where this residence is, in proximity to the highway or roadway?
So when I was dispatched, I was in the city limits of Traer, and I went south out of Traer on Highway 63, continued on 63 until the intersection of K and Highway 63. It took me about 3 minutes to arrive on scene.
So when you're dispatched, was another deputy also dispatched with you?
Yes, I was working with Deputy Foster at that time, and he was dispatched as well.
What information did you have or receive prior to arrival to this residence?
Dispatch struggled to get a lot of information to me because of the screaming on the 911 call. It was loud enough you could actually hear it while they were dispatching me through their radios. It sounded like someone had been shot and there was a lot of blood. They received a second call from a male caller that said he was called to that residence as well.
So as you're driving over or as you're leaving, you can hear the communication or the communication from your radio as you're driving over?
Correct.
And what you hear is just a screaming or some crying female?
Yeah, it's fairly unusual to hear the actual caller in the background. Usually their headsets cancel it out, but not in this case.
You said you took about 3 minutes to get there.
Correct.
And what direction were you driving to get there again?
I left Traer south, and then that road curves instantly and goes west.
It was early hours in the morning. Did you, as you drive there, do you see any vehicle or anything that appears suspicious, either speeding away from this residence?
Not that I recall.
Now, just for the sake of timeline, do you recall the time that you arrived at the residence?
It was approximately 4:42 in the morning.
Permission to approach the witness?
You may. Counsel, these haven't been admitted yet, have they? So, you may. Strawbaker, if you want to move to another chair to maybe to the left of Mr. Ringel somehow, if you want to be able to see.
May I proceed?
Whenever you're ready.
By agreement of the parties, we're going to move to admit the one on the extreme left from where I'm sitting. It's 310, 311, and 312 state exhibits.
All right, then, states exhibits
310.
310, 11, and 12 are now admitted.
So are you able to see what's been marked on my far left as 310, middle 311, and my far right as 312?
I can see 310 and 11, fine, 12. I can see the majority of it.
Now, when looking at 310 and 311, can you help the jury understand what 310 and 311 that they're seeing, the first two, what that would be?
Yep, those are aerial photographs I took with the drone. The one on the far left is of the home and two outbuildings that sit north of the home. The one in the middle is a full overview of the acreage. On the left is Highway 63, and that's running east-west. The road at the bottom of the photo is K Avenue that runs north-south. And then the house is the far left. The two buildings on the right were there at the time of this incident. The large building, kind of right in the middle, was not there at the time this incident happened. Sitting there was building supplies, I assume, to build that building.
Now, when you pull in the driveway, can you describe to the jury what you see?
There was at least two trucks sitting in the driveway. The one furthest away from the house was running with the flashers on, and I parked kind of behind that one.
Did you later determine whose truck that was?
I didn't at the time, no.
Okay. Now, there's two trucks, so do you remember the color of the trucks?
The one closest to where I parked was white. I believe there was a red one in front of that.
Okay. So the white one was the one that appeared to be either running with the flashers on or had its flashers or hazard signs on.
Yep, it definitely had the flashers on. I believe it was running, but I'm not entirely sure.
How do you enter this residence?
When I walked up, you can see the garage doors are on the north side, and there was a walk-through door there that I assume just went to the garage, so I tried to the next door to the south that opened into the kitchen.
So you entered through a kitchen door?
Yeah, it opened to like a small landing, and then the kitchen was to the right when you stepped in.
What do you see once you enter this kitchen door?
There was a male that met me at the end of the kitchen that he informed me his brother was dead, and then we walked through the rest of the house to where Ryan was.
Okay. So you see someone who you identify as a male,
Yes.
and he tells you that his brother is dead.
Yes.
Do you see this male? Is he dressed? What's his condition?
He's sitting upright in a recliner.
You know, before you go to the dead body, the guy who tells you that his brother is dead, can you describe him briefly?
He's white male. He's wearing like pajama style pants. He was shirtless.
Did you later identify who this was?
Yeah, I recognized him as Aaron Cooper.
So you knew Aaron Cooper?
Yeah, through his time in the Traer Fire Department.
Okay. So Aaron Cooper was a firefighter?
Yes.
So when you talk to Aaron Cooper, he tells you his brother is dead. What do you do next?
As I entered the kitchen, I could hear a female screaming from the other end of the house, and that ended up being the living room where Ryan was, and she was laying on top of him in the chair.
So the female screaming was laying on top of someone on the chair?
Yes.
Tell us more what you see. Give the jury an understanding of who she's laying on top of.
She was laying on top of Ryan. When she got up off him, I could see that she was covered in blood. I tried asking her what was going on. She was just screaming that she needed an ambulance. And then I had Ryan remove her from the room so I could actually see what was going on.
So did you mean to say Aaron?
Or yeah, sorry, Aaron.
So you see the female, she is sitting on top of Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
Does Ryan Cooper appear to be dead or alive?
Yes, he appeared to be deceased.
And you talked about observing this female. You said she was covered in blood.
Yes,
Did you identify who this female was?
it was Karina Cooper.
That person that you saw covered in blood sitting on top of Ryan Cooper, who you identified as Karina Cooper, is that person in this courtroom today?
She is.
Can you identify that person by an item of her clothing where she's sitting?
Yep, she's sitting on the defense side with a gray sweater on with a black undershirt.
Your Honor, we'll ask that the record reflect identification.
The record so reflects.
She was sitting, what you've said, she was sitting on Ryan Cooper. Was she laying on him? Can you describe what you're seeing?
She was just kind of laying against him. She was sitting on his lap. She had her face against his chest, and she was just kind of curled up there, I guess, laying on her side.
Rubbing her face in him at that point?
Correct.
As you make these observations, do you observe that there are also children in this house or in this room?
Yes, there were 3 children in the house. As we left the kitchen and walked towards the living room, there's a bedroom on the right, and there was at least 2 of them that were standing in the doorway there. And then as I walked past, they followed us out.
Were you able to identify these children?
They were the children of Ryan and Karina.
Do you know their names? Were you able to find their names at some point?
I did. I don't recall what they are because in my reports, everything's by their initial.
Fair enough to say this is a very chaotic scene as you find it at that time?
Yes.
And is it fair to say because she is still crying and wailing?
Yeah, it was hard to get any information from anybody with her in there screaming.
Does she tell you anything? What happened? Does she tell you what's going on?
If I recall, all she said was she was just wondering where the ambulance was and they needed help.
What was Aaron Cooper able to tell you?
After Aaron took her out of the room.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I believe presence, impression, and excited utterances will cover that at that point.
Right. Counsel want to approach. So, Mr. Hawbaker, my understanding is that the objection is withdrawn. Is that correct?
That's fine, Your Honor, yes.
All right.
Do you remember the question?
You're asking the information I got from Aaron?
Yeah.
So after Aaron took Karina outside, he came back in and he had told me he had gotten a series of calls from Karina just a few minutes before I was dispatched that there was someone in the house that Ryan had been shot, but he said it was mostly just screaming as well.
So the information that he received from Karina was mostly screaming and that there was someone in the house.
Correct.
Now, let's talk then about, at that time, what are your duties? Are you trying to determine what had just occurred?
Yes.
So what do you do next?
I began looking at Ryan, trying to determine if it was something medical related, if it could have been gunshots, basically trying to determine what actually happened.
Okay. So let's talk about your observations then at that point. Karina, the defendant has left, you've taken her out of Ryan. Did that take some time to just even get her off Ryan?
Yeah, just a few seconds.
Okay. Do you make an observation of Ryan Cooper?
Yep, I saw injuries to the left side of his face, in front of his ear on like the cheekbone. There's a indentation, and then in front of that there was 2 small holes, and then there's blood.
So you see a lot of blood.
Yes.
Do you see blood also on the floor?
Yeah, there's a large pool of blood on it'd be his left side of the recliner. There's blood all over the front of his shirt, coming out of his nose, his ears.
Let's talk about that. Was there something about the blood that appeared of note to you?
In the large pool to the left of the chair, I noticed that there was swipes taken out of it, like someone could have stepped in it or slid in it, and then it appeared that it was coagulating.
Can you tell the jury what that word coagulating would mean to you?
Coagulating is clotting.
Like clotting?
Yes.
Okay. As an officer, as a deputy, you've worked in cases, as you've told the jury, that where you respond to accidents or scenes of violence where there is blood, correct?
Correct.
So, based on that experience, you can tell blood that appears to be clotting.
Yes.
Did you observe what is referred to as blood spatter in that living room?
Yes, on it'd be the east wall of the living room, there's blood splatter on that wall, on the door, and then the wall behind the recliner, there was blood splatter as well.
Now, you talked about what appeared to be signs of movement or disturbance of the blood by something like a swipe on the blood.
Correct.
At that point, are you concerned that there might be a firearm in the scene that you need to either secure or find?
Yes.
Do you see any firearm around Ryan Cooper at that time?
No.
Was that something you're looking for?
Yes.
Do you find a firearm at the scene?
Yes.
Or in the house?
Yep. Initially, I found being a 9mm Smith & Wesson Shield. It was sitting on, I don't remember if it was like a buffet type table or just an end table in the hallway between where the bedroom and the bathroom is.
And when you find this Smith & Wesson 9mm, what do you do with it?
I cleared it and left it sit where it was. It was photographed, and then later it was placed in my patrol car.
Did the weapon that you found have any ammunitions in its?
Yes, there was 1 in the chamber. There was 6 in the magazine, and the magazine held 7.
Were you able to determine who this weapon belonged to?
I later found out it belonged to Aaron.
So that time you don't know, but you later find out that it belonged to Aaron Cooper?
Correct.
And did you find out that he brought it with him based on the phone call that he'd received?
Correct.
Were there other firearms found in the house?
Deputy Foster and I found one later. It was in a bedroom safe.
Can you tell us what firearm we found at the bedroom safe?
It was an LC 380.
Okay, and those are the type of the firearm? Is
Yep,
it
that's the model of the firearm. I believe it's a Ruger.
a Ruger handgun?
Yes.
Okay. Did you find out who this firearm belonged to?
That was Karina claimed that one.
Okay. So Karina told you or told you that in a bedroom the 380 would be a firearm that belonged to her.
She told Deputy Foster that there was a firearm in the safe.
When was there any other firearm that you found?
No.
Was there a firearm found in Ryan's truck, or was that a different officer who found that?
That was found later on in the day with a search warrant, I believe.
Okay. So later on in the day, you do find a firearm in Ryan Cooper's truck.
I don't believe I found it, but I know there was one found there.
Okay. Back to the recliner where Ryan Cooper lies dead. Did you search around, or did one of the officers search around to see if there was a firearm?
If there's what?
If there was a firearm.
Yes.
Was there any firearm found on the recliner or around Ryan Cooper?
No.
As you're making your observations in the house and where Ryan Cooper has been shot dead, do you see any observations of bullet holes or any signs of broken entry around that part?
No.
You talked about the children in this house, correct?
Yes.
At some point, and you talked about them being present in this place with this excitement and what had just happened, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you're talking to the children, they have to be shepherded out of the living room where their dad lies dead and to a different room, correct?
Correct. When I saw that two had followed us into the room, I asked them to go back into the bedroom and shut the door. And
do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
say that again?
Do you remember what they were trying to tell their mother as she's screaming?
Sustained.
Tell the jury the demeanor of these children. In other words, did they appear upset, trying to console their mother?
Yeah, I believe it was the oldest one. I think was crying, and I know was talking to somebody, but I don't know who it was or what he was telling them.
And if I told you the oldest one's name is Cade, does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Did you talk to Cade and ask him what happened?
Yeah, after Aaron removed him from the house, they were sitting in Aaron's truck, and I talked to him then.
What did he tell you?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
May I respond?
You may.
Excited utterance, present sense impression.
You want to approach? Objection is overruled.
Sir, do you want me to repeat the question or you recall the question?
Nope, I recall it. Kate informed me that he was sleeping upstairs at the time of the incident. He remembers hearing footsteps and a thud, but couldn't recall if there was an actual gunshot that he heard or not.
Did he tell you that his sleeping arrangements had been changed days prior to the killing of Ryan Cooper?
Ye-
That's sustained.
Did he tell you what he did as he ran downstairs and what happened in regards to when he saw his dad?
Overruled.
He said he went over to where his dad was and he slipped in the blood.
So he told you that he slipped in his dad's blood?
Correct.
As you're walking the scene, you talked about another deputy coming. Did that deputy arrive as you're there at the scene?
Yeah, I believe he arrived 4 minutes after I was on scene.
And just to remind the jury, what was the name of that deputy?
Deputy Travis Foster.
Talked about Ryan Cooper dead on a recliner. Can you give the jury an orientation? Was there a door close to him where his recliner was?
Yeah, there's a door just to the left of where the chair was.
Okay. A living room door?
Yes,
Did that door appear closed to you when you looked at it?
it was closed.
That door was closed.
Correct.
So the recliner door is just very close to the living room door, and that door was closed when you got there.
Correct.
Let's talk about some actions that you took when you have other officers and other people responding to help Ryan Cooper. Do you collect phones at the scene?
I did.
What phones did you collect?
I collected Karina's phone and Ryan's phone.
Okay, so you collected the defendant's phone and Ryan Cooper's phone.
Correct.
When you found the defendant's phone, was there something of note that you observed with the phone?
It was sitting on the right arm of the recliner. When I picked it up, there was messages coming through that popped up on the home screen. There are people offering their condolences.
So by the time you're picking the phone has messages of condolences.
Correct.
When you are looking at the phone, do you notice whether it's flashlight up on the flashlight is on the phone?
The flash, did I just hear an echo or did someone object? Something weird popped up. Nothing? Okay. The phone was down, so the flashlight was against the chair and the flashlight was on.
So it appeared that someone had turned the flashlight on.
Correct.
Fair enough to say the room that you're in was a fairly darker living room?
Yes, it was dark.
And you said it kept chiming with messages of condolences.
Correct.
Now, did you take any photographs at the scene?
I did.
Mr. Kodiak, before we get to these, I think we're going to take a recess. So we're going to take, ladies and gentlemen, I've got 10:46 on my watch. That clock's a little fast, but we're going to take a 15-minute recess. I would remind you of the admonition that I gave you yesterday, and we'll have you back and we'll get started in about approximately 15 minutes. our jurors, counsel and parties present, and you may resume your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Permission to approach this witness?
You may. And you don't need to ask any more with your witness.
Thank you. So, before I approach, I think we left off when I asked you whether you took pictures as part of your investigation at this scene.
Yes.
When you're taking, and as you said, as you're taking pictures on your prior testimony, at that point you really don't know what has happened. Fair enough to say that?
Correct.
Other than you have Ryan Cooper dead, he has blood all over him, you can't find the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Why do you take pictures as officers?
Say that again.
Why do you take pictures?
So we can document the scene.
And as part of your job as an officer, do you normally have a department-issued body camera that records your interactions with people or when you go to a scene of a crime?
A body camera?
Yeah.
Yes,
Were you having a body camera on that day?
I did.
And did it document your interaction at this scene on that particular day?
Yes.
Going to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 104 through 115 for the purposes of identification. So, have you had a chance to look at State Exhibit 104 through 115?
I have.
Does 104 through 115 accurately depict observations or pictures that you would have taken either stills from your body cam or pictures that you took on that particular night?
Yeah, they're all pictures I took except a couple of these Deputy Foster took.
But the ones that Deputy Foster took, do they fair and accurately depict the scene as you saw it that early morning?
Yes.
This point will move to admit 104 through 115 into evidence.
Mr. Rob Baker, if you want to come on up, I'll hand them to you. Yep. All right, with no objection, State's Exhibits 104 through 115 are admitted.
We'll move at this point to publish 104 through 115 to the jury.
All right, I think I can. They've moved to this TD screen rather than the big, so I don't know. Let's try. I haven't touched anything that would turn that on or off. So let's go off the record here for a second. All right, back on the record. I think we've got the... All right, you may resume your questioning.
Thank you. State Exhibit 104. Can you describe to the jury what you're saying in State Exhibit 104?
That's a picture of Ryan sitting in the recliner.
Is that the recliner that you found the defendant on top of him when you arrived?
Correct.
What do we see behind him? Is that the door? There's a door with the glass middle of it. Is that the door that you said you observed that was closed?
Correct.
And that's what you'll describe as the living room door?
Correct.
Let's go to State Exhibit 105. Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 105?
Yeah, it's just a picture of the right side of Ryan's face and upper shoulder and chest area.
You talked about the nature of the blood that you observed when you got to Ryan. Can you describe what we're seeing in terms of that?
The shirt is covered in blood. The darker parts are all staining from where the blood had soaked to.
Will you describe this blood that was on him at some point in his shoulders as appearing to be chunky?
Correct.
And based on your time of arrival, this would have been shortly after 4:42 in the morning.
Correct.
What we're seeing is what you'll describe as the right side of his face.
Correct.
Did you see anything that appeared to be injuries on his right side of the face?
No, just the blood out of the nose on that side.
Nature of the blood that was coming or that you're observing, was it confusing to you in the sense of his whole face appeared to be covered in blood?
There was quite a bit of blood, yes.
So even on the left side of his face, which didn't appear to have any injuries or any wounds, there appeared to be blood that was smeared on the left side of his face.
Right side?
On the right side of his face, sorry.
Yes, right side.
Is that
Correct.
fair?
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as State Exhibit 106.
Correct.
Can you tell the jury what we're seeing in 106?
That's showing the large pool of blood that was on the floor. And then the center of it, you can see the line kind of right through the middle of it is where it was smeared from someone stepping in it.
So you see what appears to be a smear in this pool of blood, and what also called on the far front of the picture, fair to say you see something that appears to be like footprints.
Yep, bare footprints.
You describe the blood. Is this part of the blood that you're observing that appeared also to be coagulating?
Yes.
Or coagulated?
Correct.
Showing you 107. Can you walk the jury through what we see in 107?
This is the left side of the chair. You can see the blood has run down the side of the recliner, and it's documenting the injuries that are on the left side of the face.
So we see blood on the recliner that seems to pool and go down on the left side of the recliner.
Correct.
And for us to zoom it, can you see that better?
Yes.
Are those later what you determined appeared to be what would be bullet or gunshots on his face?
Correct.
So at some point in your investigation, you later determined that.
Correct.
But that's when you testified earlier that that's the side of his face, this is the left side of his face that has appeared to be injured.
Correct.
Showing you what has been admitted as State Exhibit 108. Can you tell the jury what we're saying?
Yes, that's the handgun that I found when I first entered the house. That's the Smith & Wesson 9mm.
This is the gun that you determined later that belonged to Aaron Cooper, Ryan Cooper's brother.
Correct.
Showing you what's been admitted as 109, and I could zoom it up for you. Can you tell the jury why you took this picture or why one of your officers took this picture?
That picture showing blood that was on that wall.
And is that part of your testimony that there appeared to be what's called blood spatter?
Correct.
It's been admitted as 110. Can you tell the jury what we see with 110?
Yes, that's the east wall of the living room, the door, the light switch, and then there's blood splatter on that wall as well.
Can you describe where you see the blood spatter for the jury?
It's the dots that are, there's one right on the light switch panel, and then there's a couple more between the window and the light switch, and I believe there's some below the light switch panel as well.
Is there blood on the floor?
There is, where the floor grate is, all that coloring there is blood.
And are there some blood that you can see, or traces of blood that you can see on this door that leads into or out of the living room?
Correct.
Fair enough to say that 111 is another picture of a trace of blood on the wall?
Correct.
Can you tell us what you're seeing as you take 112?
That was after Ryan was moved to the floor. More blood ran out of the wounds, so photos were taken of that to document it.
Can you tell us what you observe on the nature of the wounds in terms of size, or from your training and experience as an officer who's fired weapons before, what do you see?
It's not a very large caliber. It'd be about the size of what like a pencil would be, give or take.
So a small caliber rifle or firearm was used to make those injuries?
Correct.
And you see what appears to be what you'll describe as entrance wounds?
Yes.
Two of them?
Yes.
Do you observe anything that appears to be exit wounds on Ryan Cooper's face?
No.
Fair enough to say 113 would be a different orientation of the same picture we've seen.
Correct.
Now, as you take it, his mustache, his blood flowing all over that part of his body.
Yes.
You did not observe any wounds or injuries on that part at that point.
Just around where the bullet wounds are.
And as you describe, the nature of this blood, again, if you look at his collar, is it drying or coagulating?
It's coagulating.
What do you see on 115?
That's a end table that's below the window that's on the east wall of the living room.
So below the window, closer to the door.
Yes.
What do we see there?
There's blood on the floor, and then there's looks like blood had run down the side of that table.
Again, the nature of the blood at this point is coagulated.
Correct.
Judge, if I may just have that up a little bit. If
I'm
I
sorry.
may have the TV on. When you look at 104, if you may have the lights dimmed, please. You talked about collecting a phone that had the flashlight on that belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yeah.
Are we able to see that on 104?
Yeah, it's the light that's on the right arm by like where his elbow's at.
So that's the phone that you collected that you said was receiving messages and had a flashlight on.
Correct.
And you determined that that phone belonged to Karina Cooper.
Yes.
Thank you, Judge. Now, all this evidence that you collected, was there other law enforcement bodies that you invited or was invited in this investigation?
Repeat that.
Were there other law enforcement departments or bodies that were invited into this investigation?
Yes, we contacted the Sheriff Casera, Tama County. Our detectives were contacted, then we ended up contacting the DCI through the state.
Why was the DCI contacted?
It's just the
To,
state branch of the investigations.
was that to give you extra help because the nature of the investigation required more expertise and other people on the scene?
Correct.
Fair to say Tama County Sheriff's Office is not a very big department.
Correct.
Now, you talked about taking what's referred to as a body cam that you had in this investigation, correct?
Yeah.
You've had a chance to look at your body camera before you came to testify in this courtroom?
I did.
Fair and accurate that what it depicts in that body camera is what happened as you recorded that day?
Yes.
Deputy, I'm going to show you portions of that body camera. And this time, Your Honor, we're going to move to admit State Exhibit 102.
I'm sorry, 102?
Yes.
Any objection to admission of State's Exhibit 102?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then State's Exhibit 102 is admitted.
And we'll move to publish 102 with the permission of the court.
You may, and get that set up. Hold on. So, just gotta get it. The camera must shut off if you're not used, if it's not used regularly. Not going. Not working. Counsel, I think we're just going to be better off if you want, I mean, this keeps shutting on and off. I think we're going to be better off if we move the TV a little bit closer and publish that way rather than worrying about to move things along, worrying about that large screen. Maybe over the lunch hour you guys can get that figured out, but every time we turn it on, it appears to shut off. So. And again, Mr. Hawbaker, Ms. Watt, if you want to move around to observe, you're more than welcome to do that at any point. And your client as well. Ladies and gentlemen, can you see that okay? All right, I'm getting head nods from everybody, so. Whenever you're ready.
Jury's sake is that you approaching, and those are the two vehicles that you've described as you approach this residence?
Correct. Sheriff's office. What's going on? My brother's dead. Were you here when this happened? What's that? He just called me. Ma'am. Ma'am, come talk to me, please. Ma'am, come talk. Come talk to me. Come talk to me. They're on their way.
We talked about the children that were here. Are those the children that you observe?
Yes.
Were you able to determine their ages?
Yes, the oldest was born in 2010, the middle one was 2012, and the youngest was 2016.
Ma'am, what happened?
When you're talking to her, you're asking, is that you asking what happened?
Yes,
And her response is, I don't know, I don't know.
correct.
At that point, does she know that you're an officer, you're dressed in your department-issued uniform, and you're appearing as a deputy sheriff?
Yes,
So when she's saying, I don't know, she knows you're an officer.
yes, I was in uniform.
Mom, deep breath.
Do anything with that?
Deep breath. Mom, you need to wake up with us.
Granted, come with me.
He was asleep.
Granted, please come with me.
Come on.
No, come with me, please.
Mom, do this for me, okay?
Okay, boys.
Where is he?
With bodycam, we can see the presence of a dog.
Yes,
Are you able to observe the dog?
yes, it was laying on the floor when I first walked in.
Do you know what type of dog it was?
I'm not sure, it might have been a Rottweiler.
They're coming.
Where?
Can you stay in here for me, boys?
Stay in there, right?
Yep, that's perfectly fine.
Where are you taking me? I can't breathe. If you find him, shoot him in the head.
If I find who?
The person who did it.
Okay.
Who just talked to you at that point? Is it the eldest child?
Yes,
Okay. The one who you believe was born in 2010.
correct.
If he tells you if you find him, shoot him in the head.
Yes,
You guys have security members, like, security. Don't even watch it tonight.
What are you doing at that point, sir?
I was clearing the weapon.
Okay. Is that the weapon you've testified that you found that was in the on that?
Correct.
And you're clearing it because at that time you don't know if it's the weapon that's been used.
Correct.
Yep. Can you boys shut the door for me? Can you hang in there? I'll be right back with you, okay?
You guys have, like, security to watch it.
Yep. County 10. So 1079 is 7 headed this way as well.
Yes, he's there almost to your location now.
10-4. I haven't really been able to get any info from anybody on scene here.
County Direct, I was able to get the name of the subject, and also the name of your reporting party is Karen, and he's a firefighter for that area, so your best bet.
The point you're making observations, you're talking to someone. Can you just tell the jury who you're talking to?
It's Tama County Dispatch.
Okay. So you are reporting you're there on the scene and trying to tell them or relay what you're observing or what's going on. Correct?
Correct.
Ten four.
723. County Direct to 446.
County 10.
8610.
Can you get a hold of the ME as well, please?
County Direct, do we know the circumstance?
Gunshot.
shined your light and you've walked through the rooms. Is that fair enough to say your testimony as you enter the kitchen? It's a mudroom. There's a kitchen, right?
Correct.
And then can you just describe the jury where the bedroom is? To get to Ryan Cooper, how would someone need to move to get there?
I came through that door I did, through the kitchen. It opened into like that dining room-ish area. And then it turned into kind of a little hallway. To the left was a bathroom, to the right was bedrooms, and then he entered through into the living room.
Now, pause this video. Does the defendant give you any information over what really happened?
No, not to me.
Play another part of your video.
Listen, you need you to sit. Come outside.
Yeah, leave that there.
Come outside.
Can I talk with you?
That's a different deputy that we're seeing holding or grabbing onto the defendant.
Yes, that's Deputy Foster.
And that's Aaron Cooper without the shirt on, as you testified before.
Correct.
Somewhere.
I need you to come outside.
I don't know where a good
I need
spot
you to
is.
come outside.
You said your brother. Did she call you or how'd you?
She called me like that.
What's that?
She called me like that.
She called you like that?
Just somebody's in my house.
Mom, real quick.
Just a minute, buddy. She called you hysterical that he's been.
Somebody's in my house.
Somebody's in your house or in the house.
Somebody's in the house. Come hysterical.
Okay. How long did you get here before I did? Okay.
She called at 4:30.
Okay.
Then I hung up. Then I tried to call back. Got her back. Got the same thing from her. And
Okay.
I just live right down the 2 miles, a mile down the road.
Okay.
Fair enough to say from what we saw there is, we might turn on the lights. Deputy, fair enough from what we saw there, you talked to Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
You're getting a timeline,
Yes.
which is important in your investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you understand from Aaron Cooper that Karina called him at 4:30 a.m.
Correct.
And we talked about the house. Next part of your testimony, we're gonna talk about it with the assistance of the next exhibit. Your Honor, by agreement of the parties. Agreement of the parties, the state will move to admit exhibit 313.
Any objection to 313, Mr. Hawbaker?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, Exhibit 313 is admitted.
I'm gonna move to publish 313.
315, did you say? All right. You may. Kind of already has, but.
So I'm going to ask you to step down and just assist the jury. Your testimony, the permission of the court.
Yeah, why don't we turn on that microphone there? There we go. Should be good enough.
Please use the mic so that we can hear you well, but can you tell the jury as you approach again the door that you enter and how this house is oriented so that they can have an understanding of where you found and what you do?
Okay. I approached up the driveway. This is the first door I passed. I saw that it probably went just to the garage, so I continued on to the front door here.
If you can be a little loud. So the garage door, does it only go to the garage?
I don't know if there was another, I assume since it's attached, it probably opens up to the house, but I just saw there was a garage, so I moved on to the next door.
Okay. So what door do you use to enter?
I went in this main front door, took a right to enter the kitchen, is where I met Aaron, and then he led me through this hallway where there's a bathroom on the right, and then bedroom 1 is where I told the kids to go into after I talked with them, and then we entered the living room.
So bedroom 1 will be the bigger bedroom, fair to say?
Yes.
And when you enter the living room, where we see that it's labeled Ryan Cooper, that's a recliner that Ryan Cooper was found executed on.
Yes.
There's concrete stairs. Is that the door that you've testified to, that there was some blood spatter on that door?
Yes.
Thank you. You can stay. Have you investigated casing? I'll wait for you to say. Have you investigated cases involving break-ins?
Yes.
As you're looking into this house, when you walk in, when you're making your observations, did you notice any signs of forced entry?
No.
What were you looking for?
Damage to the doors, damage to windows.
Did you notice any sign of an intruder in the house?
No.
Was any furniture in the room in a state of disarray or in a state of, like an intruder was in trying to burglarize the house?
No.
The door, you've talked about that door in the living room next to Ryan Cooper. Did you notice any signs of a forced entry on that door?
No.
Did the windows appear to have been broken into by an intruder, or they all appear to be intact as they are meant to be?
I believe they're all intact.
At some point in the process, is Ryan Cooper's body moved to the floor?
Yes.
What was the reason for that being done?
After EMS arrived, they were discussing it more as a potential medical issue than gunshots. So we moved him just to verify if there was a firearm that had slid beside him or underneath him. Or
Fair to say, because of the coagulated blood, it was hard at time for you first to initially find if it was a gunshot or not, correct?
correct.
And EMS, everyone was confused because of the nature of the blood.
They were confused by something. I don't know if it was the blood or if swelling or something changed that it looked different than when I first got there, I think.
So we moved him to the floor to be able to access.
Objection, Your Honor.
You may. Kudiaga, don't forget to turn your microphone on. And you may resume.
I'll move on to the next question.
You may.
We saw your video as you approach the scene, as you arrive on the scene, and as you see Karina Cooper on top of Ryan. When you saw her on top of Ryan Cooper, was she rendering any aid to Ryan Cooper?
No.
Was she attempting CPR?
No.
Do you see any behavior from her, like checking his pulse, checking how he's doing, whether he's breathing?
I'm an objection, Your Honor. This is leading, and it also calls for speculation. He can say to what he observed, not what the observations meant.
The objection's overruled.
Did you understand the question?
Yes, I didn't see anything like that from where I was standing.
Didn't see her checking his pulse.
No.
You seen anyone in a scene that you've responded to behaving the way she was?
No.
Why do you say that?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
The objection's overruled.
I've come across the screaming and the hysterics. I haven't seen anyone sitting on top of the deceased.
Covered in blood?
Correct.
Now, based on all your observations, did anything that you saw or in your investigation support the theory of an unknown?
Overruled.
Anything that you observed support a theory of an unknown intruder coming in and shooting Ryan?
No.
I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Mr. Hogbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'm just noting the time.
We'll go till noon.
Okay, thank you. All right. Morning, officer.
All right.
You've been in law enforcement for how long now?
Like 15 and a half years.
Okay. And part of being in law enforcement, you went through the academy, and so you've been trained in investigations and that sort of thing.
Yes.
And part of the idea of the investigation is you want to do the best you can to have a picture of a scene that you arrive at as it lay before it's disturbed. Fair?
That's fair.
And so things like when you're taking photos, you want to take a photo of, say, where a phone was at before you retrieved it, right?
Correct.
You want to take a picture of where a gun was at before you retrieved it and secured it.
Correct.
And when I say secure the scene, is that your understanding that that means you want to make sure that the scene remains unmolested, that things don't get moved or changed?
Yeah, to the best of our abilities, we try to.
Yeah. And so when you first arrived at the scene, you would have had Mr. Aaron Cooper there, correct?
Correct.
Miss Cooper, Karina,
Correct.
their children. How long total were you at the scene?
I think I left to go back to the sheriff's office around 7:06, so shortly after 7 in the morning.
And we know that Deputy Foster arrived on the scene as well, so he was there.
Correct.
And I believe EMS arrived as well. Who came from EMS?
It was 2 personnel with Traer.
Okay. And at that point, it's fair to say, isn't it, that the scene wasn't secured in the sense that people were stepping into the living room, presumably stepping into the blood, that sort of thing, right?
Yes, it was only people we allowed in, though.
Okay. And when it comes to something like a shell casing, those things can, and when they hit the ground, they can bounce, right?
Yeah, bounce, roll, yeah.
Okay. Can get kicked around if there's a lot of movement before people are actually looking for them, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so there's are a number of explanations for the displacement of the shell casing that wouldn't involve somebody picking it up, right?
Repeat that.
There are a number of reasons why a shell casing would be moved or come up missing, correct?
Yeah, they're not very big.
Yeah. I mean, you could fall in a cold air return or something like that, right?
Yeah.
I think you said maybe at most even the bullet itself would be the size of a pencil or something, right?
Yeah, the diameter is.
Yeah. And during that time, you had EMS show up. When did you start to take photographs?
I think I started as within 4 to 5 minutes of getting on scene.
Okay. How were you taking the photographs? With what? A camera?
My department issued work phone.
Okay. Did you ever shift to a camera?
I didn't know.
Okay. So you were using that same, for every photo that we saw that you were responsible for, you were taking that on your cell phone?
Okay. My work phone, yes.
Are you aware, were other photos taken by other individuals later that morning?
Deputy Foster took some photos. The ones I witnessed him take were with my phone. I assume the state took some. I don't know if other people from my department did or not.
Had you been inside this property before, this home? Before?
No.
So as far as the status of windows locked or unlocked, doors locked or unlocked, this would have been a new experience for you to be at this home, fair?
Correct.
And you weren't there earlier that evening to know the status of any windows or doors or things like that, right?
Nope, the only thing I know is when I got there.
Okay. And there can be entry into a structure or a home that is, I think the term used, an intruder, even without evidence of somebody having to break something, correct?
Correct.
There was some talk about the swiping. Basically what you saw is blood displaced on the floor, right?
Correct.
And how that displacement happened, it might have been a shoe, it might have been a barefoot, it could have been any number of things with the number of people that were at the scene. Fair?
Fair.
You have no idea, do you, how long it takes for blood to coagulate?
I know it's not instant, but whether it's 5, 10, half hour, okay. I don't know.
Or even the number of seconds before it starts to change characteristics as soon as it's exposed to oxygen, right?
Yeah, it starts that process.
Right. You were, I think, part of the execution of some search warrants at the property. Is that fair?
Yes.
When you were executing those search warrants, did you find a diary or any writings of Miss Cooper?
No.
Did you examine any Kindles or books or anything like that to see what types of books she might have been reading?
No.
Did you examine any computers that were seized for emails or anything like that?
No.
So at the time that you were doing the investigation, when I speak of a diary or a journal, you don't have any pieces of paper, any notations, any documentations that show planning of any sort?
I don't know.
Okay. Or the time that Mr. Cooper was killed?
No.
No discussions about the manner in which Mr. Cooper was killed?
What do you mean?
No discussions in writing or documents or anything from your part of the investigation that would show an agreement of the manner of killing Mr. Cooper?
No.
Or discussions of the steps that were taken, in the words of Mr. Kodiaga, about a plot. Is that right?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
The photos that were taken, I think that was exhibits, kind of the 104 through 115. You remember those? Mr.
Yeah.
Kodiaga went through those with you. Do you know what time those were taken?
The ones I took were within the first 10 to 15 minutes. The couple that are in there that Deputy Foster took, those were probably closer to an hour afterwards.
Do you know which ones those are out of the exhibits that Mr. Deputy Foster took?
Yeah. They are 112, 113, and 114.
Can I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
You want all of them or just those three? Okay.
So exhibits 112 through 114, those are taken by Deputy Foster at least an hour after the photos that you took, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that.
So obviously any coagulation or any drying of blood at that point would be much more aged in those photos.
Correct.
Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 115, which I think is the last of that group?
Yeah.
Did you take that photo?
Yeah, I believe I did.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure. I remember looking at that cabinet or end table or whatever it is.
Now, when you take the photo on the phone, is that an iPhone or an Apple product?
It's an iPhone.
What time did you take that photo in Exhibit 115?
I'm not sure.
Were you taking photos around 6:21 a.m. as well?
I could have been. I'm not sure.
If there was a, you know how photos have kind of timestamps and dates and things like that, right?
Yeah.
There was nothing malfunctioning about the phone that you were using in that regard, was there?
No.
So if the timestamp and date reflected that date and 6:21 in the morning, you wouldn't have a reason to quibble with that, would you?
No, the phone timestamp would be accurate.
It was an ongoing investigation and you didn't leave the scene until roughly 7 o'clock or something.
Correct.
I think, Mr. Hawbaker, with that, we're right at noon, so, you about done?
I was going to say no further questions.
Well, even better.
Even better.
How much do you have? Okay, let's just finish this witness then. So, go ahead, Mr. Kodiaga.
Thank you, Judge. You were asked, Deputy, about the scene being disturbed, correct?
Correct.
What actions did you take to ensure that the scene was not disturbed?
We only allowed in personnel that we deemed essential, which would be the EMS and the investigator from the medical examiner's office. We tried to avoid stepping on the blood. We tried to avoid moving anything as much as possible. We did decide to move Ryan, obviously.
Why is it important not to disturb the scene?
Because once it's disturbed, you can't undisturb it.
Sometimes it helps to, if a scene is being disturbed, the evidence gets destroyed or gets misplaced, correct?
Correct.
When you arrived at the scene, you located Ryan Cooper dead, correct?
Correct.
But you did find the defendant sitting, as your video shown, on Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You also did find her, as you've testified and as the video shown, that she covered her face with the blood that was coming from Ryan Cooper.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Overruled, you can answer the question.
I observed blood on her face. I can't testify to how it got there.
Does that blood being on her face, does that disturb the scene? Her actions of sitting and touching and moving Ryan Cooper disturb the scene?
It could, yes.
Was Aaron Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
No,
Was Cade Cooper sitting on Ryan Cooper?
not that I saw.
Any of the other children moving or touching the dad who was dead?
Not that I saw.
Only the defendant was touching Ryan Cooper.
Correct.
You asked about electronics and items that were seized. Fair to say that a lot of electronics were seized from this house.
That a lot were?
That some electronics were seized from this house,
Yes.
including what you've testified to as the defendant's phone.
Correct.
You're not the person who's in charge of examining the contents of these electronics. Fair enough?
Say that again?
You are not the person in charge of examining, doing a forensic examination of these electronics.
I am not, no.
In fact, as you testified, your department invited the DCI unit to come and help with investigations.
Correct.
So this was a multi-department investigation taking place.
Correct.
And other officers were in charge of examining phones, examining items that were seized from these residents.
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness.
Any recross, Mr. Hawbaker?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down. And ladies and gentlemen, we will take a lunch break. I would ask that you be back ready to go at 1:30. I'm going to remind you again of the admonition that I gave previously. I will tell you that, it's a busy courthouse. We've got a lot of people here, including people in the courtroom. Just going to highlight a couple things. Again, not to talk to anybody, even if they want to talk to you about this case. And when you're not here, other than using the restroom, I'd ask that you remain kind of in the jury room area so as to avoid contact with other folks. Again, also, just again, remember that you're to avoid communicating with anybody at all about this case. Keep an open mind and avoid any media depictions or summaries or accounts of this case, both traditional media and social media. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, have a good break, and we'll see you after lunch. Go ahead and have a seat, everybody. Yeah, no. You're good. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a good lunch. So we're back on the record. We have the jury, counsel, and parties all present. And we had, before lunch, finished with the testimony of Mr. Fangman. And at this point, is the state prepared to call its next witness?
The state is prepared to call our next witness, Your Honor. The state calls Deputy Travis Foster.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Foster. You can come on up and have a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. So there's a microphone on there. If you could turn that, there's a little button at the bottom there. Nope, on the top. This is it. There you go. Yep, you can adjust that however you'd like, sir. All right. Deputy Foster, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in. Please raise your right hand. Sir, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
All right, and then for the record, can you please provide us with your first and last name and spell them?
Travis Foster, Travis Foster.
Right, thank you. Mr. Engel, you may begin.
Thank you, Judge. Deputy Foster, how are you employed?
I am employed as a deputy sheriff with the Powashik County Sheriff's Office
How long have you been so employed?
for 3 years.
How long have you been employed in law enforcement generally?
Almost 9.5 years.
Could you just briefly outline for the jury your education and training that qualifies you for that work?
My formal education, I have a AA degree in liberal arts and an AAS degree in criminal justice from Indian Hills Community College. I also have a Bachelor of Arts degree in interdisciplinary studies from Iowa State University, and I have a Master of Arts degree in criminal justice from Arizona State University.
Can you talk a little bit about your training that you received as a member of law enforcement?
Yep. I started law enforcement in 2016 and graduated the Law Enforcement Academy in October of 2016. Since graduating, I've completed an additional 620 hours of training to include multiple courses in interview and interrogation, search warrant writing, advanced OWI detection, and training in various types of criminal investigations to include narcotics, financial exploitation, sexual exploitation, and homicides and missing persons cases.
Okay. Can you talk a little bit about your duties generally?
Currently, I'm assigned to night shift patrol, so I respond to calls, take reports, and do my own investigations.
Investigations into what types of cases?
Sexual abuse, financial exploitation, theft, burglary, other various types of OWI investigations as well.
Were you employed by the Tama County Sheriff's Office in 2021?
Yes.
Were you on duty on the morning of June 18th of 2021?
Yes.
Were you dispatched to an address at K Avenue?
Yes, I was dispatched to 1846 K Avenue.
Do you remember about what time that dispatch call came in?
4:39 a.m.
What was the nature of the information that you received?
Dispatch advised us that someone had been shot and that they were currently bleeding.
I'm going to ask you to slow down just a little bit, maybe move that mic back just a little. Thank you. Just having a little bit of trouble understanding you. If I understand correctly, you said dispatch advised that someone had been shot and was currently bleeding?
Yes.
Did you have any other information at that time?
They said they were trying to get more information, but couldn't get anything from the reporting party.
With that information, what did you do?
I responded to the scene.
What's the first thing you observed when you arrived?
When I arrived on scene at 4:46 a.m. and walked up to the entrance of the residence and observed two adults, one male, one female. The male was later identified as Aaron Cooper, and he was consoling the female who was identified as Karina Cooper.
So the first thing you did then is you arrived on scene, you walked towards the house, and you see these two individuals, Karina Cooper and Aaron Cooper.
Yes.
Did you attempt to engage with them?
Yes.
For what purpose?
I asked Aaron what happened, or excuse me, I asked him where the other deputy was and where the victim was, and he advised that Deputy Fangman and his brother were inside the residence in the living room.
This is implied by your response, but other members of law enforcement were already at the scene?
Deputy Fangman was, yes.
Do you recall what time you arrived at the scene?
4:46 a.m.
Were you able to obtain any information from Karina Cooper at that time?
No.
Explain.
She was hysterical, and I would consider her inconsolable at that point, so I didn't attempt to talk to her.
Aaron Cooper advised you that Deputy Fangman was inside,
Yes.
that his brother was inside as well. What did you do then with that information?
I went inside, walked through the kitchen, the dining room area, and made contact with Deputy Fangman inside the living room and observed the victim deceased in the recliner.
What were your initial observations of the scene?
After briefly speaking to Deputy Fangman, we both went over to the deceased, and I observed that he had blood coming out of his nose, his mouth, and his ears, and that there was a large pool of what appeared to be blood that had started to coagulate or dry, and then there was also blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner.
You saw blood spatter on the wall behind the recliner. You saw blood on the floor that you said you believed had started to dry.
It appeared to have started to dry, yes.
Did you make any observations of Ryan Cooper himself?
He was deceased and had blood coming out of his ears and his mouth and his nose.
Any observations of the blood that you observed on his person?
It was on his face, on his body.
Did that appear to be dry, or was that more wet?
Both.
Both?
Yeah. Some appeared on his face appeared more dry. Other parts of his body appeared to be more wet.
What are your duties then at that time? So you've entered this residence. You believe that Ryan Cooper is deceased. What are your duties at the time? What are you attempting to do?
Determine what had happened, and we also called for our supervisor, who was the sheriff, and called for the medical examiner's office to be dispatched to the scene.
At this point, you have no information from the parties on scene, essentially, as to what had happened. Is that correct?
That's true.
Were you able then to determine, just by looking at Ryan Cooper, what had occurred?
No.
Can you explain that, please?
Well, there was a lot of blood on the floor and blood on his face, and our initial reports that he had been shot. However, by just briefly looking at him at that point, I wasn't able to locate any gunshot wounds or exit wounds, and we weren't able to locate any other holes in the walls or anything that would indicate he had been shot.
Did you have information that someone may have been in the house, or that dispatch had advised that someone may be in the house?
Yes, so the reporting party had also said someone was in the house, yes.
Did that prompt any action on your part?
After going to the body and briefly observing it, I went outside and attempted to speak to Aaron and Karina again.
You stated that you went in the house. I'll talk to you in a moment about the route that you took to get into the house. In moving through the house, both initial entry and then moving through to the living room, as you stated, did you observe any signs of forced entry?
No.
What would you be looking for when you're looking for signs of forced entry?
Well, the door frame to be busted, broken glass, or possibly pry marks showing that someone had tried to gain entry.
Were you able to look at other potential points of entry, such as windows?
Yes, there is a window in the living room directly adjacent to where Ryan was in the recliner. There was also a door in the living room.
Any signs of forced entry?
No.
There's a door, we've heard some testimony already, behind where Ryan Cooper's body was located, correct?
Yes.
When you arrived, was that door open or closed?
It was closed?
At any point, did you open that door?
No.
Did you ever, during the time that you were on the scene, observe anyone go in or out of that door?
No.
No, you didn't observe it, or no?
No, I didn't observe anyone go through that door while I was on scene.
Thank you. Judge, may I approach the witness briefly?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Do you recognize what this is?
It's a layout of the house.
And that's that address at K Avenue that you responded to?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to ask you to step down with the court's permission. I'll hand you a pointer. And if you could just show the jury the route that you took to enter the home and ultimately where you located Ryan Cooper's body.
Yep.
Mr. Engel, could you maybe turn on that mic and point it kind of that way? Perfect.
All right. You stated that you arrived at the scene and entered into the house. Could you show the jury which door you used to enter? All right. And then you proceeded through the house to Ryan Cooper. How did you get there?
So I entered through the door here. There's a mudroom right here. Walk up the stairs, go through the kitchen, go through the hallway or dining area right here, and then go to the living room, and Ryan's located in the recliner right here, and all these things.
Can I ask you to speak up just a little bit? There is a microphone there that may help. I understand that you need to step from the microphone. You step away from that.
You can move that whole like this.
Oh, okay.
All right, thank you. Could you point out to the jury where that door is that's behind the body of Ryan Cooper?
Right here.
And you showed us that you went in through that mudroom and went around through the kitchen, through the hallway, and into the living room. Once you go into that, what's marked there is the mudroom door and into the kitchen, is there any other way, once you're in the house, to get through to where Ryan Cooper is, or must you follow that route that you just showed us?
Unless you open this door right here, that's the only route to work.
Were you able to determine, and I know some of those are marked on there, but the other rooms that are adjacent or right there on that hallway, could you point those out? What were those when you were there at the scene? What did you observe?
The bedrooms had both doors open to either bedroom as I walked by them.
And also in that hallway, there's a bathroom off that hallway, is that correct?
I believe so.
And then there's something marked on there, stairs that lead to the second floor. Based on your familiarity with the scene, were you able to determine what those stairs are and where they lead to?
No, I just observed the stairs. I'm assuming they led upstairs, but I never went up there.
So based on your testimony, is it fair to say if you enter through that mudroom door, the only way to get to Ryan Cooper is to pass by that hallway, which includes the bathroom, the two bedrooms, and the stairs?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. So you stated when you initially arrived on the scene, you engaged briefly with Aaron Cooper. You didn't attempt to speak with Karina Cooper. At any point, did you try to talk to Karina Cooper about what occurred?
Yes.
For what purpose?
To try to determine what had happened, since she was the lone adult in the house when it occurred.
Were you able to get any information out of her?
Initially, it was very hard to because of how hysterical she was, but she did eventually provide information.
You said she did eventually provide information?
Yes.
What was she able to tell you when you initially spoke with her?
After escorting her to my patrol vehicle, I asked her what happened, and she said that she had initially heard a noise, a loud noise in the house, and that's what had woke her up, so she exited her bedroom and went through the living room and peeked into the kitchen and didn't see anything. She then returned back to the living room and thought she heard a noise or a snore or something like that. So she turned on the light and observed Ryan deceased in the bed, in the recliner.
Did you ask her if she heard or saw anyone else in the house?
Yes.
Did she provide any information?
Initially, she screamed that, "What if they are here?" and didn't provide an actual answer.
Was the information that she had provided you consistent with anything that you observed at the scene, or had you not made any determination?
At that time, I hadn't made a determination about what had happened yet.
Did you make any efforts to obtain further information from her?
Yes, and she stated that after she initially saw Ryan, she had noticed that her other son had awakened, so she took her son and brought him into the bedroom where her other kids were and attempted to get her gun out of her safe but was unable to.
And I know you were just using the demonstrative there. She told you that she had taken her son with her other children and herself and locked herself in one of the bedrooms. Is that correct?
Yeah, she said she didn't say she locked herself in there, but she said she retreated to her bedroom in an attempt to retrieve a gun out of her safe for self-defense.
Were you able to determine which bedroom she was talking about?
It would have been, I believe, bedroom 1 on the poster.
Judge, I'm going to put the demonstrative back on.
Okay.
Everybody on your side good? Okay.
All right. Based on the information she provided you, is your understanding that she retreated with her children to bedroom number 1?
Yes.
You said she provided you some information about a gun safe. What did she tell you about that gun safe?
She stated she wasn't able to get inside of it when she attempted to when she retreated into the bedroom.
Did she tell you anything else about the gun safe? What type of gun was in it? Why she was trying to access it or anything like that?
No, she didn't advise what kind of firearm was in or anything like that.
We've heard some testimony that there was a dog on the property. Did you observe this animal?
I did.
Did you talk to Miss Cooper at any point about the dog?
No.
Did she make any comments to you that you recall about the dog?
She stated the dog was barking.
Did she tell you when the dog was barking?
No, she just stated the dog was barking.
Was that in relation to her story, the version of events that she gave you?
Yes. Yes.
So at this point, the information that you received from Ms. Cooper is essentially limited to what you testified to. Is that correct?
Yes.
With that information, did you feel that you had any understanding of what had occurred?
Between what was reported and what she had told us, no.
Did you ask her further follow-up questions then regarding, for instance, the noise that she had heard?
Yes, I asked her if what she thought had fallen could have been a gunshot, and initially she said she didn't know, and then after briefly speaking with Deputy Fangman, I asked her that again, and she said she didn't know. She had never heard a gunshot before except maybe on TV, and then I inquired about her owning a gun, and she stated that she had never shot the gun that she had tried to retrieve from the safe.
So she stated she'd never even heard a gunshot?
Yes. Except maybe on TV.
Were you able to locate the safe that she had referenced?
Ultimately, yes, in the bedroom.
In that same bedroom, number 1?
Yes.
She had told you that she had attempted to open it but was unable to do so?
Yes.
Did you yourself make any attempts to open it?
Initially, no, but we eventually went back into the bedroom and we were able to get the safe open. There were 2 safes. One was in the bottom of the bedroom that was already, we could open freely, and then the safe that had the firearm in it was on top of the attic, and we were able to open that as well using my own fingerprint. So.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand your testimony. So you located the safe that she referenced, you made an effort to open it, and you stated you were able to
I put my thumbprint on it and it unlocked.
Did you have any passcodes or keys to that
No.
safe?
No, we had Aaron go ask her if she knew the passcode or anything, and Aaron came back and told us that he hadn't been able to get any information from her regarding any of that.
Is this a safe that you had ever seen before or had any access to?
No.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera on that night?
I was.
And have you had an opportunity to review your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Did that fairly and accurately capture the scene and the interactions that you had on June 18th, 2021?
It did.
Judge, at this time, and I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state would move to admit some portions of that body cam marked as State's Exhibit number 3.
Mr. Baker?
No objection, Your Honor.
The state would also move to publish.
All right, then State's Exhibit 103 is admitted, and we'll see if we can get the publication. Okay.
Are you the firefighter? What happened?
She said,
Where is the ambulance?
Where's the guy with the gunshot?
my brother's in the living room.
With the other deputy?
Yeah.
Haven't had a chance to talk to them for obvious reasons. There's a handgun here
Okay.
that was loaded,
Okay.
but I haven't found one by him, so I somebody moved it, but I don't know if you saw her, but she was literally on top of him when I came in here.
She's hysterical. I'm assuming he's what? That's the wife.
I think so. There's 3 kids in the bedroom with the door shut.
Okay. Well, call the ME and let me get gloves and tell them to get hold of Dennis. County 7. Get a hold of the ME's office. Also advise 86-1, we have 1 deceased male.
Yep, we already been instructed to.
Did you already tell him that? Okay.
Your initial response to the scene, is that correct?
Yes.
That shows entry into the house, taking the route that you had described.
Yes.
What steps are you taking? It sounds like you had referenced contacting the ME. Who's that?
Yes, the medical examiner's office, and they would send their death investigator to assist.
Is that standard protocol?
Yes.
In instances where you're dealing with a dead body?
Yes.
And then you talked about getting a hold of Dennis as well.
Yes, he was, excuse me, he was the sheriff and our supervisor.
And again, that's standard protocol.
Yes.
What are you doing now as you've left the house after making your initial entry?
I'm going to get gloves, and I'm going to come back and talk to Aaron, or attempt to talk to Aaron and Karina.
Truck. Yeah. The shop. Huh? Or you can put her in the shop. Right here? No, Oh.
Where is the kids? Why is nobody helping me now?
What's her name? What's her name? Karina. Karina, your kids are in the bedroom with the door locked, okay? Is that your brother in there? Is that what you said? Did you already go in there? Does he have any problems? Mental health problems or anything? No. What'd you find? Huh? What'd you find? I couldn't see much. Yeah, with her.
Because that portion's kind of hard to hear. Couldn't quite hear, but it sounded like you were asking if Ryan Cooper had any medical problems. Is that correct?
Medical or mental health problems, yes.
Why were you asking those questions?
Just in case if it was ended up being a suicide.
And that conversation took place in the presence of Ms. Cooper, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she respond in any way to any of the questions that you were asking at that point?
No.
The gun in there. That's a healing. What? I had one I brought. She said somebody was in her house. Okay. Wait, does have a big shield? The one sitting up here? Yeah. That's your gun? Ammo? Yeah. Yeah, that's mine. Okay.
At that point?
Aaron, I said we had found a firearm inside, and Aaron advised me that he had brought a firearm with him because Karina had told him someone was inside and that the firearm inside was his.
All right, I think you had testified previously then that you had moved Karina to your patrol vehicle and then attempted to get further information from her, is that correct?
Yes.
And that was captured by your body-worn camera?
Yes.
Karina? I need you to tell me what happened. Can you tell me what happened?
There was a loud noise. I thought something fell. Something always falls down in this house.
Okay. And then what happened?
I got up and I peeked in the living room and then I went to the kitchen.
Okay.
Nothing fell.
Okay.
I didn't find anything. And then I heard him snore or some weird.
Can you put them in your truck?
No, I want my kid.
Well, I'm right. We need it.
I want my baby.
They're right there, okay? They're in your brother's truck, okay? Did you see anybody else in the house?
No. No. He made a noise and I turned on the light.
And then that's when he was there in the chair?
I was everywhere.
Okay. But you didn't hear or see anyone else?
No. No, what if here?
What?
What if they're here?
I don't... Kids are safe, okay? You're safe. Alright?
I couldn't get my fucking gun out of the safe.
You couldn't get your gun out of his face?
Kane woke up and I put him in the bedroom with the other kids and I told him to stay and I couldn't get the safe open to get my gun. I thought he was in the house.
Okay.
I couldn't do anything.
It's okay, alright? But you didn't actually see anybody?
No.
Okay. So did he do that to himself?
No way. No fucking way.
Okay.
No. No. Somebody's here. Somebody has to be here. I'm so scared. I'm not hearing anything. I can't breathe.
It's okay. I'm right here, okay?
I can't breathe.
Here, you want to hold my hand? Here. Alright? I'm right here for you, okay?
It's so hot.
What? I know it's hot. Okay, it's hot. It's hot everywhere. Alright. So, you heard something fall? And then you came outside. You put your kids... Hold on 1 second. 1 second, okay?
Why are you taking me
Alright.
to the hospital?
So, you heard something drop. You put your kids in the bedroom, right? Huh?
My kids sleep with me too.
Okay. So you heard something in the house and you put your kids in the bedroom.
They were already in the bedroom with me.
Okay, so they're in the
And I
bedroom.
heard something and it
Okay.
scared me.
Okay.
And I got up and the dog was barking.
Okay.
Why did I go to the kitchen? I don't know. Why did I stop?
And you came out and he was like that?
I looked right in there and I saw him laying there sleeping.
Okay.
I went in the kitchen to see if something fell.
Okay.
I heard him snore. He was breathing. He snored. And I turned on the light and I saw him.
You turned on the light and you saw him?
He won't wake up. I want to go. I need my kids.
The kids are in the truck, okay? Would you rather go
Somebody
sit in your
needs to
position?
be with them.
Okay, they don't know what's happened yet. They don't want to see you quite yet, because then they're going to have to explain yourself, and I don't think they're ready for that yet.
What do I do? What do I do?
Hey, listen.
Help me.
We're here, okay? I'm here for you. Alright, I'm here for you. Alright? We just gotta figure out what happened first. Okay? You wanna
to stand up?
Yeah, I need air.
Okay. Okay. Just take a seat, all right? Could the thing that you thought fell possibly been a gunshot? Okay.
It was loud.
Was it real loud? Okay.
Oh my God.
Karina, sit up. Karina.
I can't. Oh my God.
Ma'am, here. Give me your hand.
I
Let me-
can't.
I know. Listen, I'm sorry.
I can't.
Okay. Just take a deep breath in. Deep breath out, okay?
I'm so...
Deep breath in.
I can't.
All right, well, I'm here for you. It's hey, control your breathing, okay? Control your breathing, all right?
Somebody needs to be with my kids.
Your kids don't want to see you. You have blood all over you.
I need somebody to come get my kids.
Okay, we will work on that, but we got to try to figure out what happened, okay?
They need somebody with them.
Your brother's with them.
Okay.
So again, it's a little bit difficult to hear, but my understanding is that she stated in retelling her story that she heard a noise. She came out to the kitchen. She looked out the kitchen. I guess prior to that, she had peeked into the living room but not seen anything. Then when she went back to the living room and turned on a light is when she saw Ryan Cooper. She stated, is that correct, that she heard him snoring?
She said she thought she heard a noise or believed he might have been snoring because he had breathing issues.
And she mentioned that a couple of times on your body cam, is that correct?
Yes.
Did she ever talk to you about attempting, considering that he was snoring, to render CPR or otherwise render any kind of aid?
No.
She didn't talk to you about that, or she didn't say that she did that?
She didn't talk to me about rendering any kind of aid.
Were you aware of any efforts made by Karina Cooper to provide any aid to Ryan Cooper?
Not to my knowledge, no.
She said a few times, what if they're here, and made references to someone potentially being there at the property. Did she ever provide you with any specific name of anyone she had any particular concerns about?
No.
Did you find her to be particularly forthcoming with information?
Due to her emotional state, no.
I think you had mentioned that there was a little bit of further conversation with her about a gun safe. Is that correct?
Yes.
We wasn't sure. I couldn't get that far into the call.
Karina. Karina.
I'll give you a call.
Karina, I need you to sit up. Karina. Karina. I need you to sit up, okay? So we got to figure out what happened, okay? The loud thump, do you think it was a gunshot or not? I know this is hard, okay, but... What?
I don't know that I've ever heard a gunshot. TV? Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Well, you said you have a gun.
I've never even shot it.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't know that. All right. Here, buddy.
All right, so you referenced the gun safe and the gun that you had attempted to retrieve. She stated that she's never fired that gun. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Engler, are we done with this at this point?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and clear it then.
You outlined your experience in law enforcement. Based on that experience, have you reported to scenes or spent time with individuals who either they themselves have suffered from trauma or viewed traumatic events?
Yes, I've responded to serious traffic accidents, other suicides, medical events such as CPR, or serious farming accidents where someone was either seriously hurt or killed.
And there were other family members present or who witnessed the state of the individual who had been injured or needed medical assistance?
Yes.
Have you ever seen anyone react the way that Ms. Cooper was acting?
No.
Please explain.
I've never seen someone's emotional state almost completely inhibit them from providing pertinent information to law enforcement.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Hawbaker, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, what time of day was this?
In the morning, early morning.
Early morning.
Yes, sir.
And it's fair to say that she was, I think you said, inconsolable or hysterical, right?
Yes, correct.
In some respects, it's understandable given the condition of her husband, correct?
Yes, absolutely.
Let me ask you about State's Exhibit 313.
Yes, I can.
Did you prepare this exhibit?
Did I prepare the exhibit?
Yeah.
No.
Is it to scale?
Is it to scale?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know. My guess is not.
I mean, I'm just trying to get the sense of the size of these rooms in this house. The size of that bathroom looks kind of disproportionate compared to other things, but you didn't prepare this, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The door that was discussed is visible behind the chair that Mr. Cooper was in. At the time Mr. Cooper was shot, you wouldn't know whether that door was locked or unlocked, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Or frankly, the status of any door in the house at that time, right?
No.
In your experience, obviously you've had to respond to some traumatic events, car accidents, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir.
And in this case, Aaron Cooper, the brother of the deceased, seemed pretty calm.
Yes, I would say he was in shock.
Yeah. And so how that presents or how people present can vary along a spectrum.
Yes.
And,
Yes, it can. Yep.
I mean, an individual's reaction to trauma is very unique, right?
Yes, sir.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Mr. Ringel, any further questions?
Just briefly, you stated that you believed Aaron Cooper was in shock. What makes you say that?
Just his demeanor and the look on his face when I arrived on scene. After he also had told me he had been inside. So just the totality of the circumstances.
Can you explain what you mean? Well, first, I suppose, do you have any training dealing with individuals who are in shock?
A little bit, I guess.
And when you say he's in shock, what are you referencing? What do you mean?
I'm just saying he's really taken back by what he had seen and what had occurred that day.
And based on that, that's what you believe explains his demeanor?
That he was very calm, and some people, when they see something traumatic, they have different responses, and him being calm and not really saying a whole lot. That's a typical response for someone who's seen something traumatic, especially a loved one that's deceased at the time.
Defense was asking you, people respond differently to trauma. You've certainly been to a lot of traumatic scenes and traumatic events and dealt with and talked to individuals who have experienced and seen those things. Nonetheless, you stated you've never had an instance where somebody was not able to provide any helpful information in a similar fashion to Ms. Cooper?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. You are excused. Is the state prepared to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The state would call Aaron Cooper.
Good afternoon, Mr. Cooper. Yeah, if you take a seat to my far left, if you would, sir. And that microphone's on. You can move it around to make yourself more comfortable with it. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and swear you in if you'd raise your right hand. Mr. Cooper, do you swear or affirm, sir, that the testimony you'll be giving in these proceedings will be the truth?
Yes.
Okay. And Mr. Cooper, if you can please just start off by giving me your first name and your last name and spelling them.
Aaron Cooper, AARON, COOPER.
Right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ringel?
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Cooper, how are you?
Good.
Mr. Cooper, could you explain for the jury what it is that you do for work?
Farm, crop, and cattle.
How long have you been doing that?
As long as I could, or have been able to.
Okay. Essentially since you were able?
Yep.
Okay.
Born and raised.
Family business?
Yep.
Was your father a farmer?
Yep.
Was your mom involved in that business as well?
Yes, for bookkeeping.
Bookkeeping. Where's the property that you're farming or properties that you're farming?
The main farm, is that what you're asking? Where I currently live.
Okay. And is that in or around Traer, Iowa?
Yeah.
You married, sir?
Yes.
And do you have any children?
3.
What are your children's names?
Aniston, Raylan, and Rory.
All right. And how are you related to Ryan?
My brother.
To your older brother or younger brother?
Older.
By how much?
4 years.
We've heard some testimony about this, but did Ryan have any children?
What's that?
Did Ryan have any children?
Yes.
How many children did he have?
4.
Did you and Ryan farm together?
Yes.
Can you explain how long you worked together in farming?
As long as I can remember.
Okay. Ever since you were kids?
Yep.
So what were your respective roles then if you're both working together in farming?
No, we shared pretty much all the roles together for the most part. From planting to harvest and working cattle and hauling grain.
So when you say hauling cattle and hauling grain, I guess could you just briefly outline the operation? There's been some reference to the fact that it's a family business. What does that business look like? What components are there? If there's a hauling component, does that include trucking? Just kind of tell the jury how the whole system works.
Okay. Most of the time, like for harvest, we would haul in grain to the elevators. And then certain years we would store grain and then haul it to a facility, like a ethanol plant.
Okay. And then, depending on the season, you're like you said, planting and harvesting and everything else that goes with farming?
Yep.
Is there a trucking component to that, and is that just limited to farming?
We have a feedlot that we raise cattle at, and we haul a majority of our own cattle to market.
Okay. So do you own the land that you farm, or did you and Ryan own that land?
The farm owned all of our land.
Okay. So when you say the farm owned all of the land, are you talking about Cooper Farms?
Yes,
Is that an LLC?
incorporated.
Okay. So everything's owned by Cooper Farms? Mm-hmm. So all the land is owned by Cooper Farms. What else is owned by Cooper Farms?
Our properties, our houses, the
When you
trucks.
say our houses, how many houses are we talking about?
Be me and my brothers. We have two other properties along that same highway that my parents lived at, and then an extra one.
And under this Cooper Farms umbrella, then, we have all the farm property, these houses, which include the houses that you live in,
Correct.
and the house that Ryan lived in at the time?
Correct.
All right. What about farm machinery and implements?
The farm owns all those.
And you're talking about doing a lot of hauling. Were there semi-trucks and trailers as well?
Yes.
Same question. I think it's going to be the same answer. Owned by
Same
Cooper
answer.
Farm?
Yes. Farm.
Okay. So is there any other work that you're doing in addition to farming?
No.
Are you a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
How long have you been doing that?
Since 2018.
And what are your duties as a volunteer firefighter?
Any duty that's required.
Okay, such as?
Running accident scenes to house fires to medical lift assist.
So I want to talk to you about the summer of 2021. Where were you living at that time?
At my current home on the main farm.
How close was that to the house that Ryan and Karina Cooper were living in?
Probably a mile and a half.
And that's where you were living in June of 2021?
Yes.
Could you describe, you've already talked about the fact that you had children, Ryan and Karina had some children, you're living nearby one another, obviously your family. Mm-hmm. What's the relationship like between the two families?
Oh, I would say normal. Holidays, birthdays, get-togethers.
Okay, so the families would see each other with some frequency?
Yeah.
And you said holidays and birthdays, pretty standard?
Yep.
What was your relationship with Ryan?
He was my brother. I guess I don't understand the question.
So you're working with him. How often are you seeing him?
Regularly.
Okay. Were you guys pretty close?
In a sense, yeah.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may, and you don't need to ask again with this witness.
Showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibits number 303 and 304. Do you recognize what those are?
Yes.
And what are those?
Pictures of Ryan with his children.
And I'm going to move to admit and publish those photographs, Your Honor.
Any objection? No. All right. It's 303 and 304, correct?
Yes, and Your Honor, I would ask that, may we approach?
You may. And 304 are admitted. And you'd like to publish these?
Yes, please. right, what are we seeing in exhibit number 303?
Be Ryan with all 4 of his children.
Okay. Do you remember or have any idea roughly when this was taken?
Cortland was a baby, so roughly 9 years ago.
Okay. And this is 304. What are we looking at here?
Ryan with Cortland in our skid loader.
Okay. Same question, I think probably roughly the same answer about how old is this photo?
8 years ago, probably.
About 8 years ago? All right.
I'm bad with those.
I'm sorry. Thank you. That's fine, Your Honor. All right, so you stated that the families would do things together, birthdays and holidays. Did you take trips together as well? Just both of the families spend time with all the children?
Yes,
Okay. And how well did you know Karina?
pretty well.
How could you explain that?
I guess I don't know how.
When did you first meet her?
I think we were down at Lake of the Ozarks.
Okay. And do you know how long she and Ryan were married before he passed away?
Not off the top of my head.
All right. Do you have an idea of how long she was somebody that was part of your family?
Roughly 10, or my wife won't be mad at me. 10 plus years.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone just a little bit closer to you. We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you. Your Honor, could we put the lights back up? Here. All right, so I want to talk to you then about early morning of June 18th. Did you receive a phone call from Karina Cooper on that morning?
I did.
What was the nature of that phone call?
That somebody was inside their home.
Can you describe the tone or demeanor of the conversation you had with her?
Hysterical.
So you get a call and she says someone's in their house. Did she say anything else?
Not much, just words you couldn't really come up with. It's mainly just screaming.
Did she say anything about Ryan at all?
No.
Did she mention whether Ryan was injured or bleeding?
No.
Did she ask you to call 911?
No.
Did she ask you to call for an ambulance?
No.
Do you remember roughly what time this call was?
4:30
That's 4:30 a.m. or p.m.?
a.m.
What were you thinking at that time?
At first, didn't know if it was real just because woke up out of sleep for it, but I didn't know what to think.
So what'd you do?
I grabbed a pistol that I had and went over there.
How'd you get there?
Drove
What'd you drive?
my pickup.
Okay, so you take your pickup, you have a pistol. Do you remember which pistol that was?
It was a 9mm.
Do you remember about how long it took you to get there?
At least 5 minutes.
Okay. You said you live pretty much just up the road, right?
Yes.
All right. Describe for me then what you saw when you arrived.
Went in the house and Cable let me in, or Cade let me in, sorry. And Karina was laying across Ryan on his recliner.
Okay. So you pull into the driveway. At this point, the only information you have is that someone's in the house.
Correct.
And you have your pistol. Talk to me about how you get from parking the truck. What are you seeing from the time you park the truck to the time you're getting up to the house?
I saw Cade in the window.
So you saw Cade in the window. How old was he at that point? Roughly.
11 or 12.
What were you thinking when you saw Cade in the window?
My threat level went
somewhat down.
Okay, why? Should be obvious, but why?
Because if there was somebody in their house that was not supposed to be there, I wouldn't figure he would be out and about.
Okay. You said Cade let you inside.
Yes.
What door did you go in?
Be the door that goes into the kitchen.
Into the kitchen door. Did he open that door for you?
Yes.
What were your observations of his demeanor at that time, if any?
Mainly just looked like shock.
Okay. When you say that, what do you mean?
Just confusion.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I remember.
Are you hearing anything at this point when you get up towards the door?
Her screaming.
When you say her, you mean Karina?
Karina.
Cade lets you in. You hear Karina screaming. Cade's the one that opened the door. Where's the screaming coming from?
The living room. Well, I couldn't tell exactly, but it would seem like it was coming from the south side of the home.
Okay. When you say the south side, is that the side with the living room?
Yes.
Okay. When you enter that house, we've had some testimony about this before from some of the deputies that were in the house. When you enter through that, right, what's marked there, that you said the door that goes into the kitchen, I suppose. There's a mudroom there as well?
Yes, the main door entrance there.
Once you're in the house, is there any way to get over to where Ryan Cooper is in the living room without going all the way around through the kitchen and the hallway?
No.
Okay. So that's the only way to get there once you're in the house from there?
Once you're in the house, yeah.
So obviously you traveled that route to get to the living room.
Yes.
What did you see when you got into the living room?
Ryan in the chair with her on top of him.
So she's on top of him. Any other adults in the house at that point?
No.
Did you see anyone else in the house at all? Besides, obviously, you mentioned Cade.
Cable and Cortland.
Okay. Did you see them at that point, like initially, or not?
I believe so, yes.
So you said Karina was on Ryan. Could you tell what she was doing?
Not exactly, just laying on him, up against him, I guess, like face to face.
Okay, face to face?
I think, yeah.
Okay, so her face is, you're seeing her face is literally against his face?
Yeah, kind of like you would be hugging, almost.
Could you tell which side of his face her face was touching?
Be his left.
Was she doing anything? Was she moving, or was she just pressed against him?
I don't recall exactly what she was doing.
Okay. So you come in, she's sitting on top of him, her face is on the left side of his face. Did you make an attempt to touch Ryan? Or determine if he had a pulse?
Yes.
And explain that for us. What did you feel?
I remember grabbing his leg, and at that point did not feel warm. It wasn't cold, but didn't feel warm. And I checked for a pulse, and got no pulse.
I'm sorry?
I did not get a pulse.
You say you touched his leg. Was that his bare leg? Was he wearing shorts?
Yes.
And you said his leg was cold?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you make any observations regarding any blood or tissue or anything else at the scene? At that point?
I noticed the blood. I mean...
What did you observe?
What's that?
What did you see?
Just blood on his
Where?
face, coming out of his nose and ears.
Any observations about the blood itself? Did it appear wet or dry, or no observation at all?
I remember it was either the nose or the ears. It seemed like it was drying or dry.
So this is the blood that's on his face. Did you see blood elsewhere in the room?
On the floor.
What observations did you make of that blood?
At that point, it looked like it was darkening. It wasn't bright red.
What did that mean to you?
That it wasn't immediately fresh.
What experience do you have that you're basing that opinion on?
Just from hunting and my own life events. If you get caught, you kind of figure what it looks like when it dries.
Did you make any attempt to talk to Karina? She's sitting on top of Ryan. She called you over there. She said someone was in the house. Did you try to talk to her at all?
Not that I recall.
Any reason?
Hysteria.
Yours or hers?
Hers.
Okay. Were you able to get any information out of her?
No.
You said that she's sitting on top of him. She's got her face against his face. Did you ever see her attempt to render aid?
No.
Did you ever see her attempt to perform CPR?
No.
Did she ask you to perform CPR?
No.
Any reason to believe she's aware that you're a volunteer firefighter?
Yes.
Why?
It's we're family, and she knows I'm a firefighter.
So one thing we haven't talked about yet, you're on the way over to Ryan and Karina's property down the road from your house. She told you someone was in the house. You have a pistol. Did you attempt to call 911?
Yes.
When did you make that call?
On my way out the driveway of my house.
Okay, so as you're leaving your own property,
Correct.
you call 911.
Yes.
For what purpose?
Because I was told somebody was in their house.
Okay. So I'm assuming you were able to contact and reach 911, is that
Yes.
correct? And do you remember when you terminated that phone call? When did you hang up with 911?
When the deputy got there.
Okay. When you say when the deputy got there, that wasn't the best question on my part. Where were you when you hung up with 911?
In the living room.
Okay, so you're in
I
the living
believe.
room at Ryan's. So throughout the duration of what you just described to us, where you leave your house, you enter Ryan and Karina's property, you come through to the living room, you're on the phone with 911 until a deputy arrives.
Correct.
And Your Honor, I believe State's Exhibit number 100 has previously been admitted. The state would move to publish.
Yes, it has been admitted, and see if we can get there. Yep, just let me know when you're ready. While he's doing that, I'm going to stand up and stretch. Feel free. Anybody can. Mr. Ringo, you there?
Indeed, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. So everybody have a seat. Okay. Go ahead and publish whenever you're ready.
County 911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm going to tell you in a minute. I just got a call from my sister-in-law that somebody's in their house.
Okay, someone's in her house. What
Yep.
address?
It's K Avenue, 1846 K Avenue.
1846 K Avenue?
Yep.
Yeah, what you gonna see? Okay, someone's in her house,
Yep, I'm just pulling in now.
and you're there?
I'm just coming in my driveway.
Okay, because that's up in Traer area.
Yep, yep.
I have a, what's your sister's name?
Karina Cooper.
Cooper? Karina?
Yep, yep. I am a firefighter. I got my lights on right now. I just pulled in.
Okay, but she said someone's in the house.
Very bit hysterically.
Yeah, it's because we have.
I see the kids in there.
We have a female on 911, but can't understand her.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if that's her.
It probably is. I am armed. Do you want me to proceed? Okay. Yeah? Okay. Three kids just came out and told me to come out.
Okay. Her brother's there.
She's still screaming.
Yeah, she's still screaming.
Settle down so I can find out what's going on.
But she said there was somebody in her house.
What the fuck? What? My brother's dead.
What?
What the fuck? We need ambulance now.
Sir?
We need ambulance.
Okay, we need an ambulance. Did somebody get shot?
What?
Did somebody get shot?
What? Oh, he's got blood coming out of his mouth and everything. So my brother's dead.
Okay, all right, we'll get an ambulance headed to that address that you're at. Which is 1846 K Avenue.
Yep.
Okay, and how old is the person that's on the floor with blood coming out of the mouth?
What's that?
How old is the patient? Do you know?
Fuck.
It's all right. I want you just to take a deep breath. Okay?
There's nobody here, Karina.
Who is it that, sir?
He's 42.
Sir?
What?
Sir, can you tell me who it is that's on the
Ryan Cooper.
What's his name? Cooper?
Ryan Cooper. My brother.
Cooper?
Yes.
Okay, and what's your name?
Aaron Cooper.
Aaron Cooper? Okay, so
Yes.
brother?
He's my brother. I don't know.
And you said you're a firefighter, correct?
Yes. Hold on.
Aaron?
Karina, let me try to check. It's fine.
Aaron?
Yep.
I need to know,
No.
is there anyone in the house that's in danger now?
No, I don't think so.
So there's no one there with a gun?
No.
Okay. Okay, you're doing fine, Aaron, okay? I just want you to
Yep.
be with me if you can, all right? So there's nobody there with a gun at this time?
No. No.
We got an ambulance started, okay? We're going to get them started.
Yep.
We have a deputy on the way, okay?
Okay.
Okay, you're doing a good job. You're doing a good job. Can you tell me how your brother's doing?
God.
What happened to your brother?
Lying in the music recliner.
I'm sorry, could you say that again, please?
He's just in the music recliner. Blood out of his mouth and ears.
Do you know if he's been shot?
No.
He has not, but there's blood coming out of his mouth?
And ears and all over on the floor.
So blood all over?
All over. Yeah.
Okay.
There's nothing to advise.
It's just at this time there's nothing going on.
No.
Okay. Do you know, does he?
No, I don't. I'm driving.
Aaron, I have two deputies coming your way, okay? One's coming from Frere, so it shouldn't take too long to get to you. Are you guys in the living room?
Yeah.
Floor?
His recliner.
I'm sorry.
He's in his recliner. There's a cop here now, so.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
There's a deputy here now.
There is a deputy there? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and let you go, okay?
Okay.
All right, take care.
Thanks, bye.
Thank you. So that's the phone call, obviously, that you made with 911 on June 18th of 2021?
Correct.
I believe the 911 dispatcher asked you if your brother had been shot, correct?
Yes.
And I think you said that you didn't know.
Correct.
Can you explain what you were observing, what you thought had happened at that point, if anything?
I couldn't tell what was wrong.
Why do you say that? I mean, what were you seeing that left
I
you in
didn't
this
see
state
an
where it
didn't see an obvious injury. Or
Karina had told you that someone was in the house. You arrived at the scene. She's screaming. Did she ever give you a name or express any concern about any individuals?
no.
I think 911 asked you what was going on so that they could advise, and you stated there's nothing to advise. What was that conversation?
That everybody was, or Ryan and her were in the living room, and the kids were in the bedroom, and I have seen nobody at that point.
Did you see any signs of forced entry or anything that gave you concern that anybody else was there?
No.
There's a door behind Ryan, correct? That recliner that he was in?
Yes.
Is that open or closed?
Closed.
So we heard you state at the end of the phone call that a deputy had arrived.
Correct.
We've seen some body cam footage of deputies arriving on the scene and interacting with you. Do you recall those first reactions when law enforcement arrived?
From my reaction when they arrived?
What happened?
Not exactly. I don't really recall.
Did you attempt to provide them with whatever information you knew?
Yes.
Were you able to watch Karina interact with members of law enforcement?
Yes.
Did she ever, based on what you observed, give them any information?
No.
No, you couldn't tell? That was a bad question, my apologies. No, you couldn't tell, or no, she didn't provide them with information?
I couldn't tell.
Okay. So once the deputies arrived, what did you do next? Did you stay in the house? Did you leave the house?
Eventually they wanted Karina to go out of the house, and I helped them take her out of the house.
Where did you go?
I think there was a bench at the front door.
What happened when you got to that bench?
I sat her there.
For what purpose?
I think that's where law enforcement took us.
Was there a time when the two of you were alone and law enforcement wasn't around? On that bench, some time where you were alone?
I don't recall it.
Okay. During that time that you were outside, did she ever provide you with any further information, what was happening or what had happened?
No.
Did you ask her what was going on?
No.
Okay. At that point, did you feel there was any point in trying to talk to her?
No,
Why do you say that?
because most of it was just screaming and hysteric.
At some point, did you get some of Ryan's blood on you?
Yes.
How did that happen?
I had blood on my hand from checking from for his pulse, and I had some on my chest from her hair.
From Karina's hair?
From Karina's hair, when I helped her out of the house.
Should be fairly clear, but can you just, you helped her out of the house, and where was Karina in relation to you that you would have gotten Ryan's blood on you?
With her head on my shoulder as we walked out.
Were you aware whether Karina had a handgun of her own in the house?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation with her about a gun safe?
Yes.
What was that conversation?
I got asked by a deputy if I knew the combination to the gun safe in their house to ask Karina what it was.
Did you know the gun safe code?
No.
Do you have any idea how to get into that gun safe?
No.
Did you have that conversation with Karina?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
I couldn't get an answer. Or she said she didn't know, one of the two.
Do you remember about how long roughly that conversation was after you'd first arrived on scene?
No.
Were there any other security codes or other types of information you tried to get from her? I know there's some.
The shop combination to get into the door there.
Okay, explain that.
I didn't see my brother's vehicle there, so I wanted to check the shop, make sure nothing was stolen, or just trying to find information.
Okay, and you're trying to find that information by talking to Karina?
Yes, to get the code for the doors that were locked.
Okay, what happened when you talked to her about that code?
She gave me that code.
Okay. What was her demeanor at that time?
The same as it was most of the time.
Could you describe for us just a little bit? You're familiar with that property, correct?
Yes.
I think you said before that's property that's owned by Cooper Farms.
Yes.
And the family spent time together, so there's reason to believe you would have been both in and out of the house and in and around the property.
Yes.
Could you just describe for us, actually, we have a demonstrative exhibit that shows an overhead view of the property. I'm going to show you that exhibit and just ask you to explain the buildings that are there on the property.
Okay.
And Judge, this is States 311. All right, showing you States 311, do you recognize that?
Yes.
All right. And is that the property you just described on K Avenue?
Yes.
All right. Can you tell us then what we're seeing here and describe the buildings?
The house would be on the top side of the photo. The red shop, and then a storage shed beside that.
That larger building, had that been built
That was built after.
after 2021?
Yes.
So the red building there, what's in that building?
The red building?
Yes.
It's just, there's a bar in there, her salon,
Okay. You say her salon, I'm assuming you're talking about Karina.
Karina's.
Can you explain the salon and the salon business? What do you know about that?
She did haircuts.
Okay. And so otherwise you said there's a bar and anything else in that building?
Not of importance, really, just place to park and have recreational things in.
Okay. And then the next building over, that smaller building, what's that used for?
Mainly storage.
Storage of what? Is it big enough to park a vehicle in?
A vehicle, lawnmowers.
So you said you had some concerns then about perhaps there had been some other things that were taken or maybe something had been stolen. So did you walk around the property, go in the shop and try to...
I did.
You did? Any signs that anything had been stolen that you observed?
No.
Did you yourself see any signs of forced entry or reasons to believe that anything had been pried open?
No.
So that morning of June 18th, 2021, at any point did Karina provide you with any information as to what had happened to Ryan?
No.
Or any information about anything she knew about what occurred that night?
No.
Following the homicide, did she ever tell you or have a conversation with you about what occurred?
No.
You said the families are fairly close, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any point at all where she called you or talked to you in person and had a conversation about anything related to Ryan's death?
Not that I recall.
Did she ever talk to you about seeing anything in the media or any stories related to this case?
She did call me once to talk about that they found a shell casing.
Okay, what was that conversation?
She wanted to know what it meant, what a shell casing meant.
I'm sorry, someone was coughing in the gallery. I couldn't hear what you said.
What a shell casing meant that they found. Wanted to know what that meant.
Okay. Is this the first and only conversation that you had with her about Ryan's death following, well, it sounds like essentially at any time?
Yes.
Do you remember approximately when this phone call took place in relation to Ryan's death?
2 weeks, a week. I don't recall exactly, but.
So she calls you 2 weeks later and says that the news media is reporting that a shell casing was found?
Correct.
Okay. And what did she say to you?
I don't remember exactly word to word, but just wanted to know what a shell casing was and what that would mean.
What was your reaction or thought based on that conversation?
I would assume she would know what a shell casing is.
Why?
Just being around all of us hunters and knowing what guns are around.
Okay. Has she been around? I'll ask you this. Did Ryan hunt?
Yes.
To your knowledge, did her sons hunt or use weapons?
Yes.
There are guns around their house and property?
Yes.
Was she around guns, hunting, shells, shell casings, bullets?
I would assume so, yes.
I don't want to put words in your mouth, but how would you characterize this conversation? You found it to be
odd.
Did you have, after Ryan died, did you have a visitation for him?
Yes.
You attended that visitation?
Yes.
Was Karina there?
Yes.
Did you have any observations of her behavior at that visitation?
Theatrical.
Counsel, actually, we'll take a break. We're going to take our mid-afternoon break anyway. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute or so break. And again, I'd remind you of the admonition that I've given you previously, and we'll see you shortly. I was going to pull them up.
The minutes?
I mean, were they in the initial minutes, or, I mean, there were, I think multiple. Do you know?
Well, I mean, we were already talking about a lot of things that aren't within the minutes, but I generally understood them to be true. There's just the last thing I'd never heard before about a conversation, and now this I've certainly never heard before.
Right, I was just going to look at the minutes to see what was in there. That's
Yeah,
my
I
question.
only see it in the February 27, 2024 filing.
February 27th. That's
Thank you.
the answer I needed at this point. Oh, we'll make a record when she comes back, I guess. So we'll take a break and then do it.